be willing to spend so much to be in second place, or so it seems right now.
Well, listen, democracy is a wonderful thing when it works. And this has really come down to being a two-person race between Nikki Haley and Donald Trump. I think, you have Trump voters. If you look at early polling on Trump voters, something like 6 out of 10 Trump voters are actually, even though they still support the former president, are open to voting for someone else. And I think when you look at national polls that have been done, and you see that Trump is within the margin of error of beating Biden, you see that there is, polling in Nikki Haley's favor in beating Biden by 9 points in those swing states that are so needed, going up to 13 points ahead of Biden. And you really, I don't know if Biden is going to be the nominee or if the Democrats are going to pull a fast one and replace him with someone else. But I think if you put any generic Democrat up there against Nikki Haley still wins.
Why is it a two-person race? Governor DeSantis is still in second place in polling, for example, in Iowa. Is he not in the mix in the campaign's mind?
I think, DeSantis and Haley are neck and neck in Iowa. Nikki Haley is second place. And DeSantis is in fifth in New Hampshire. I don't even know where DeSantis is in South Carolina. So, if he doesn't come out winning Iowa or coming closer in New Hampshire, which I can't imagine, his campaign is done. I think the other thing is you see a faltering campaign when he's wasting his time on a debate against Gavin Newsom, when, I think DeSantis always thought he was going to be the alternative to Trump, but he decided to be Trump 2.0. Well, Trump is in the race. You can get the real guy or you can get the fake, right? And no one wants the mock one. They want the real one. So you have Donald Trump. And so where does Ron DeSantis fit in? And his debate performances have been incredibly lackluster the last 3 debates. And now he's going against Gavin Newsom in a debate, and Gavin Newsom is a California showman. He's a celebrity, right? And Ron DeSantis just comes off angry.
What happens with an influx of cash? Like, how does the campaign spend it? I imagine a lot of it gets spent as soon as possible, and is the focus to spend it in Iowa?
Yeah. So, in Iowa, again, Nikki, I think, is in second place. They're neck and neck. I think it's 16, 17. 17 is Nikki and 16 is DeSantis. Nikki Haley's campaign has said that they're going to expend about $10 million on advertising between New Hampshire and Iowa. That's because Nikki Haley has the money, because donors have been investing in her. And I think important to look at is, the Americans for Prosperity endorsement, which is super, super significant because they are the largest conservative grassroots coalition in America. They have millions of members and have a proven record of engaging its grassroots army in political races across the country, which include in Iowa.
I was going to ask, is that so you get this Koch Foundation backing, right? And you think money, but how does that get put to use? Are we envisioning phone calls being made, door knocking by people suddenly more often in Iowa?
Yes, absolutely. Both. Right. It was a big deal because they are committed to putting thousands of their AFP activists and grassroots leaders on the ground in those early primary states. And, we're not far out, right? We're, 40 something days away. And I think at this point, all boots on the ground is really important, having their support and their commitment. And I believe that they also have committed to launching an extensive mail and digital campaign, TV campaign to supplement those on the ground efforts.
Wow. Tell me then about the path, right? Let's go into the poll numbers a little bit to beating former President Trump with these poll numbers. Let's look at Iowa. The polling has the former president with a Real Clear Politics average of 47%. That's a lot more than any other candidate, right? But it's less than 50. Same in New Hampshire, right? 45.7% support, more than any other candidate, but less than 50. Is that the focus, is the less than 50? And to your earlier point that there seems to be an openness that you've sensed in polling for people who say that they want former President Trump, there's an openness to another candidate. Like, how does she end up with the nomination?
Right, because, well, I mean, I think that that there is a very clear path for Nikki Haley. She, from the very beginning, right, her momentum was forging her own path, going based on her own experience as a state legislator, as a governor, as a UN ambassador, as a mom, a wife of a combat veteran, right? And so she has been able to take all of her experience, and throw on the fact she's an accountant, right? At a time where the economy is on everyone's lips.
Right.
And so she has that foreign policy experience. She has that fiscal responsibility experience. And so I think all of those things together make her the most amazing candidate. And she is, surging in all those polls around. Now, when you look at Trump and you look at the polling numbers, I don't know who gets polled, but I think that there's a little bit of, if I could vote for my perfect person who I knew could win, maybe it would be Donald Trump. Right. However, when we're watching the Super Bowl, there could be two teams that come out of their championships, their playoffs, and, they rise up to the Super Bowl. One is much better than the other. And in this case, you have to pick the candidate who is going to win in the general election. That candidate is not Donald Trump. He lost to Joe Biden last time.
There are some Republican voters, though, and you know this, who accuse Nikki Haley of being a quote-unquote neocon, a globalist, but more often a neocon is what I hear, the kinds of pre-Trump Republicans who would win. These are Republicans who don't want to give any more money to Ukraine. They're not really with her necessarily on a full-throated defense of Israel. How do you win a Republican nomination without them?
Well, I mean, you don't need everyone. You need a majority. and at the end of the day, that's what wins it,
50,
right?
I mean, these latest, some of these polls, NBC News poll found just 35% of Republicans want to keep funding Ukraine. An AP NORC poll this month, 59% of Republicans think we're giving Ukraine too much money. It sounds like a lot of them, though.
Right. And Ukraine's not the only issue. I mean, if you look, you have to look at everything on a larger basis. You have to look at it based on who can win a general election. Are we going to play Russian roulette with our future and our children's futures, and hope that it's Donald Trump can squeak out a win? I'm not willing to take that risk. I think that is a very large risk. I would rather put my money on the person who can actually win in a general election. And with her at the top of the ticket, Republicans are going to win races up and down the ballot. We saw what the Trump effect had in 2022. Those midterms were supposed to be a red wave, and they ended up being a red trickle, right? We have such a slim majority in the House that 8 Republicans threw out the speaker because they went and they voted with the Democrats. And so why are we going to put ourselves in that position again where Donald Trump could potentially take down, we have an opportunity to win 5 United States Senate seats. We will lose those opportunities if Donald Trump is at the top. We need a Republican at the top who is going to be able to pull everyone up from governors and House and Senate and state races.
And you guys believe that in this current Republican Party, with the climate that they're in, and the way they've been voting with their speaker votes and their principled stand on, I'm not going to vote for X, Y, and Z unless there's spending cuts. I mean, this is a Republican Party that it seems like maybe would not vote for somebody that doesn't align with them on some of these issues that seem more core. And Ukraine funding seems to be one of those issues.
Well, I mean, look, they have a choice then. You have a Democrat as a president for another 4 to 8 years, depending on if it's Biden or if it's Newsom or whoever else they want to put in there. Or you have a Republican, and a Republican that you can go and sit with and talk to and reason with. Nikki Haley is that person. Nikki Haley is the person who will have an open door policy, who will be willing to listen to both sides and to bring consensus to what is otherwise crazy town in Congress. And so, I think that at the end of the day, people will see that Trump can't win and that you're going to have to soften on your ideology a little bit to get through. And then once she is in the White House, there's who knows what will happen and what the world will look like, because God, October 7th, no one saw that coming.
Jennifer Nasser, Women for Nikki, Northeast Regional Chair, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
The holidays are the happiest time of the year. That is, unless you or your loved ones are miserable because of colds, sinus infections, or allergies. This holiday season, give the gift of better breathing with Navage. What makes Navage so effective? Well, unlike cold and allergy drugs that might take a long time to help, if they're effective at all, Navage provides fast relief from sinus congestion in 30 seconds flat. Navage doesn't just relieve symptoms, it attacks the cause by sucking out the germs, allergens, and viruses trapped in your nose that are making you feel miserable. Best of all, Navage does it naturally, without drugs. Wash away your cold and congestion problems this holiday season. Add Navage to your gift list so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier all year long. Ask for Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or find us online at Navage.com. Navage, Navage. Clean nose, healthy life.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Team, it's snowing again tomorrow. They're predicting 2 to 3 feet.
'Tis the overtime season for Frank Snowplows.
Kelly, can you take another shift?
Let it snow. Quality driver applicants.
Hey guys, know anybody else with a D license?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
'Tis the season to deck the halls, but why stop there? How about the whole house? Forget the halls. It's time for Black Friday savings, now extended at Colonial Marble and Granite. Now through December 4th, you can take home a free stone bathroom countertop and free sink of your choice with every vanity you purchase from Colonial. Renovate your home for the holidays at Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
The holiday season is right around the corner. Give the gift that's hard to wrap but easy to give. Give them a Steel. Visit your local Steel dealer or go to steelusa.com/gift guide.
Hello there, this is Nat King Cole wishing you all a happy and a Merry Christmas. The joy of living is in the giving. So let's give lots of toys for tots.
Since 1947, the United States Marine Corps has been helping Santa fill his sleigh, making happier holidays for deserving children right in your community. Go to toysfortots.org and learn how you can make a difference.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Houthi forces launching missile attacks on 3 commercial ships in the Red Sea as tensions along the Gaza Strip continue to escalate. IDF International spokesman Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Kronicius telling Fox's special report.
Commercial carriers, not even Israeli flagged and not even Israeli crewed. So really a blatant attack of aggression on international shipping. This has gone beyond from being an Israel-only issue to really a global issue.
This is Israel's continuing its offensive in Gaza. Republican U.S. Congressman Dan Muser on Fox Special Report saying the Biden administration needs to send a strong message of deterrence.
We need to have not just proportional responses, but we're the heavyweight here. We need to have stronger than just proportional responses.
America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Former Major League manager Jim Leyland was elected to baseball's Hall of Fame. Leyland is 18th in career victories. He won the 1997 World Series with the Florida Marlins. The college football playoffs are set. Alabama meets Michigan at the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day. Washington faces Texas at the Sugar Bowl. Undefeated Florida State and two-time defending national champ Georgia were both left out. The San Francisco 49ers down the Philadelphia Eagles 42-19 in a rematch of last season's NFC Championship game. Detroit is 9-3, its best 12-game record since 1962. The Lions down the Saints 33-28. Miami over Washington 45-15. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Bob Mortale, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
I'm all for the expanded playoff in college football, but I'm going to miss aspects of our current college setup. There are pros and cons to any postseason process that we've loved and hated over the years, from the polls to the BCS to the 14 playoff and now the new 12-team playoff format. Here's my biggest one. Games like the most recent Ohio State-Michigan matchup will not have the same magnitude on the season. Sure, the programs, the universities, the fans, they'll still hate each other. It will remain the best rivalry in college football. But in this new 12-team format, we could see Ohio State and Michigan face off 3 times in short order. That's because the Big Ten will move to the 18-team conference format, doing away with divisions. Knowing that this recent rivalry matchup wouldn't be a de facto playoff game, it's a bummer, especially knowing we see them face off again the following Saturday. For more analysis, visit Outkick.com. From Outkick's Hot Mic, I'm Jonathan Hutton on the Fox News Rundown.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love my new patio doors. You know by now, if I needed windows, doors, or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. If you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing your current stucco and replacing it with siding, think Chapman. With the new updated siding choices available, the curb appeal of your home will pop. If you currently have stucco, updating it with James Hardie plank or vinyl siding will truly add value to your home. If you're looking to sell, you can bet buyers will value updated new siding. And right now would be a good time to get ahead of the ball and plan your siding project for 2024. The certified Chapman installers are the folks you want on the job. If you or someone you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, or hardware, give them a call or text them 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
Ricky Schlott.
What's on your mind?
Portland, Oregon public schools are looking to introduce equitable grading practices, but they're erasing excellence in the process. The troubled Progressive Cities School District is toying with proposals to make grades more even across the board by no longer flunking underperformers and increasing the value of non-academic factors in the grading process. Among the guidelines, no more zeros, no more 100-point scale, no more points docked for late work, and no more grade penalties for kids who cheat. According to a memo from the district, the changes were inspired by concern over racial disparities in grades. The district's chief academic officer, Kimberly Armstrong, told KGW 8 News that the changes are about fairness. Quote, "It's about reducing bias. It's about considering diverse backgrounds and needs of students," she said. But where's the fairness in letting cheaters and slackers coast by? Without a doubt, some kids have tougher circumstances to overcome or unfair barriers to straight A's, but the school district is making an enormous mistake by telling those kids, yes, you can't. The bias-resistant framework is expected to be rolled out across Portland next school year, though the district has yet to decide whether the new standards will apply to all grades or just middle and high school students. Meanwhile, dozens of school districts around the country have already rolled out equity-based grading measures, including California, Iowa, Virginia, and Nevada. But educators are suspicious of such sweeping changes. Dr. Meredith Coffey, an educational researcher and former high school English teacher in the Washington, D.C. area, experienced the downsides of these policies firsthand when her district prohibited grades under 50% and required her to be more lenient with late work. Quote, "I think that teachers in schools should be flexible and responsive to individual student circumstances," Coffey said. But equity is about responding to individual students' needs rather than implementing blanket policies and taking away teacher discretion, unquote. Coffey said she had students who would pump up their grades early on in semesters only to then coast, knowing that their average couldn't fall all that far with a 50% minimum. And she even had students say they don't feel like writing an essay since they'll pass either way. Portland can try as much as it wants to make grades more equitable, but performance will never be equitable. It's one thing to try to cool down pressure cooker academic environments. Kids coming home with a B shouldn't feel like abject failures, and academic performance isn't everything. But laziness, tardiness, and carelessness should not be unilaterally excused. These policies erase nuance and lump kids who are actually struggling together with those who game the system. Students are clever, slackers will game the system, it's nothing new. Meanwhile, their classmates who grind and get the best grades they possibly can, in spite of whatever external challenges they may face, should be rewarded with an accurate measure of their success. They should walk away with a distinguished record, not a transcript full of equity-based gobbledygook. You know what's not equitable? Effort, ability, and execution. Portland needs to wake up to that reality. I'm Ricky Schlott, the author of The Canceling of the American Mind.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Paid actor portrayal.
I didn't see it coming. Life can be so unpredictable. After losing my dad, it made me think about my family if something were to happen to me. The mortgage, car payments, and all the other bills. Even things like our annual summer vacation would be out of reach. I had heard about life insurance through Ethos and how easy it was to get coverage. They were right. I knew it was time to stop putting it off and get life insurance right now. I got on my computer and went to ethoslife.com. In just 10 minutes, I was covered. And boom, family protected. Thanks to Ethos, my family won't have to worry about the bills if the unpredictable happens to me.
Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's GETETHOS.com.
Headed to the National Appliance Warehouse for your new kitchen appliances?
I know big box stores have low prices, but what about service?
It's great. Their cutting-edge team of professionals will answer all of your questions. They'll even suggest what to ask. They do it all, including their own delivery and custom installation teams, plus 0% extended financing.
Wow.
I know, and you can shop over 100 brands in their 15,000 square foot showroom. That's 6 times the amount of space the average home improvement store devotes to appliances.
Okay, so better service, selection, and prices, right?
Always. National Appliance Warehouse Price Assures scans prices online and updates electronic tags in real time to confirm theirs are the lowest.
It's the season of savings at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom on 202 in tax-free Wilmington.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best-selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to Pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, December 4th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number, Twitter and Instagram, the radio station at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, K-A-Y-A-L. Don Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Anthony Dorenzo, Phil Almquist, our associate producers. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend as we get another work week started here in December. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
Yeah, buddy. Boy, you had a good weekend betting-wise.
Everything I touch turns to gold.
Alabama.
Good weekend, except for
Eagles. Well,
yeah,
no, not the Eagles, but
so you guys can send you. I will be the new 2023 San Fran Stalker fanboy. I will carry that mantle.
Yeah, you did call that, didn't you?
I didn't see this. I didn't see, what was it, a 23-point win?
Look,
I didn't see that.
Look, they needed a game like this.
Yeah.
To be brought back down to earth, to get some fire in the belly.
Yeah. It's not like college football where you lose a game and you're out.
No.
Or you're undefeated and you're out.
I would actually, if I was on sports radio today, I would be making the point that this is actually good for the Eagles.
I would agree.
This helps them, and this furthers their Super Bowl destiny.
Yeah. Every now and then, your kid needs a spanking, you know?
You can't go 18.
Just take one on the keister.
You can't go 17-1 or whatever it is into the Super Bowl. You're bound to have one or two bad games, and you don't want that one or two bad games to be in the Super Bowl.
The Greg Stocker Eagle podcast coming up later today on WIP's website.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Yeah, you sound like such a parent on that one. Oh, this was actually good for you.
No, it was. It was. It was good for them to.
Golly.
It was good for them to be humiliated.
Yeah. Yeah.
In front of their own fans, by the way.
I actually agree with that.
It wouldn't have been as impactful if it happened in San Fran.
I agree. A lot of good things today. Oh, we got some content to get into. The American censorship machine. Gavin Newsom and his camp are claiming cheating. Ron DeSantis and Sean Hannity, they cheated last week. It's a new thing. It's called debate denialism. I thought Stacey Abrams had sour grapes. My God. Also, Gavin's wife was apparently ready to throw in the towel. Not on their marriage, but she was like Rocky's trainer in Rocky IV when Creed was getting obliterated by Ivan Drago.
Throw the damn towel!
Just throw in the towel. We'll get to that this morning. John Fetterman all of a sudden is making sense.
More and more, isn't it?
It's weird. I don't know. I mean, do all Democrats basically have, like, the end result of a stroke as a brain, and as their brains heal, they become conservative? I don't know. We will examine that as we continue this morning. Also, Ron DeSantis getting involved in college football politics. So I will tell Mr. DeSantis politely, please stay the hell out of my sports. Much like I don't like sports people doing politics, I don't like politics people doing sports.
All right, real fast here at 6:05. Does he have a point in that tweet?
No, he doesn't. He's got zero argument. You know, as soon as I give him credit for winning a debate, he's got to insert his foot into his mouth with college football.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later. Plus, we will rank Trump's vice president options. Very interesting article on a slew of people. Men, female, white, black, minority, on down the list. We'll see who makes the most sense for the Trumpster. And Dana White with an epic pro-America rant that you have to hear later this morning. Plus, our buddy Harry Mays will stop by at 9:30. But let's get to the news. There's a lot of it. 6:05, and there was a lot developing yesterday in the city. And for that, we go to the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live on this Monday morning, December the 4th. We'll also tell you when a cool new change to the weather continues, by the way. But in the news this morning, I'll begin with this morning's happenings with homicide investigators on the scene in Philadelphia. This after they say a man was killed, a woman injured during a shooting inside a home that they were renovating in Philadelphia's West Oak Lane section. So it happened early this morning. Police officers say they were responding to 911 calls and reports of gunshot this morning, 7300 block of Summers Road in West Oak Lane. So this is not far from Washington Lane and West Cheltenham Avenue, which, if you know this area, normally a very quiet, peaceful area, a lot of neighborhoods, neighbors and homes with kids and families, that sort of thing. So homicide investigators on scene. Police say they're not sure exactly what happened, but they know that the shots were fired right inside the front window where they found most of those shell casings. So West Oak Lane, they're investigating that one, and I really don't have much more information from police or homicide investigators at this time. We have a lot of reaction, and many of you as well on Twitter, on X last night, talking about what happened outside a Philadelphia restaurant last night, or yesterday, I should say, over the weekend. Even Governor Josh Shapiro is responding to this, as there were dozens of protesters who were pro-Palestinian protesters who were calling out the restaurant's name Goldie and were essentially tying the restaurant, which has absolutely nothing to do with IDF or Israel, but because it's Jewish-owned, there were all of these protesters outside, waving flags, putting things on the doors. There were visitors from out of town who were actually tweeting this out and commenting on this. Mm-hmm. I don't have reports of arrest. I do know that Governor Josh Shapiro has personally tweeted out and said this was an act of anti-Semitism because they were shouting about genocide, calling out the owners, and the only connection here is that it's an American-owned restaurant by a very famous Philadelphia chain, ownership, that sort of thing. So the only connection is they're Jewish-owned?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, genocide is obviously death. In what other context would we be allowing this in the United States of America for protests? And again, you're right to protest, absolutely. But when you chant for death, to what other group of people would we not all be publicly outraged over? Whether it's African Americans or Spanish people or anybody of any religion or race. Yet for some reason, it's like, there's just a select few of us out there that are willing to stand up for speaking out against the death of an entire culture.
For those of you who haven't seen it yet, if you go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, we also have the audio. I'm going to play it right now. Phil, go.
So Goldie, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! Goldie, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide!
Very intimidating.
It is.
It is. My Lord.
My God. I mean, imagine being those people in that restaurant.
Well, they were protesting something else, and it ended up there, right, Dawn, or something like that?
Yes.
Like it was like a day of protest or something like that?
It was, and so this is one of the Goldie restaurants. It's one of the restaurants owned by Philadelphia restaurateur Michael Solomonov. And so he owns a group of restaurants. He's well known in Philadelphia, the Cook and Solo restaurants. And so I think that was what this caught the attention nationally of a lot of people as well. But Governor Josh Shapiro just came right out and said this is an act of anti-Semitism.
Absolutely.
So even though there were other things going on, they were targeting this restaurant because it's Jewish owned.
Yeah.
And there's no other reason.
And Shapiro, Jewish himself, he's got to be steamed up. I know he took the, the politically correct response on Twitter with his post, but like deep down inside, I mean, if that was me and I'm Josh Shapiro, I'm like, this is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, and to your point, I think that the fact that it happened to a celebrity, kind of a star chef who owns multiple restaurants across Philadelphia, in a way. That's, I would say there's a silver lining to it because this is somebody famous who's well known and well known in the community to political leaders. So this is somebody who, by the way, did in fact have a fundraiser, and maybe that's part of the reason they targeted, but just had a fundraiser in general for emergency aid, such as medical supplies for those in Gaza, not even saying if they're Jewish, if they're Palestinian, just having a fundraiser and sending goods and medicine over. That's the only tie that I could find.
Right.
So that's going on, and I'll tell you, it's disconcerting when you see it, and it's our own Philadelphia. So it's under investigation. I don't have reports of arrests based on this restaurant, but we'll find out moving forward. We did have it was. Did you know it was Rocky Balboa Day?
Oh, I must have missed out on that one.
Yeah.
Damn it! Can I hit the rewind button?
I loved it. Sylvester Stallone was here, and there were hundreds gathered, we're told, Museum of Art for the inaugural Rocky Day. So everybody was very excited. I didn't go down. It was pouring rain.
And that was yesterday?
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to pin the Eagles' loss on Balboa.
Oh, no. Was he bad luck?
I think so.
I agree, yeah.
Too much national media attention,
Like,
Rocky statue, the whole bit.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So he was there. They have a Rocky store now, and it's at the Philadelphia Art Museum. All right, let's get to the elephant in the room, if we may.
The Eagles!
I know. So San Francisco's Brock Purdy, he thinks he's all Purdy. He threw 4 touchdowns and touchdown passes. 49ers, they just beat up our birds, 42-19. Jalen Hurts going in the tent. Does he have a concussion? Is his knee even worse? Blah, blah, blah. The best player, I think, is Dom. Not Dom Giordano, but
the head of security.
The head of security.
Big Dom.
Big Dom.
I think at the end of the day, you're always willing to trade the head of security for the opposing team's linebacker. I make that trade every day of the week. It's like the opposite of a Joe Biden trade. It actually one that benefits the Eagles, but it didn't really result in a win.
So do we have just one highlight?
We do.
Yeah, just one.
Just one.
We'll just move on from yesterday. We'll just throw the tape in the trash.
The low light. You want to listen in?
Let's listen in.
They're at the Eagles 46. This time a screen goes to Deebo Samuel. He's off to the races. He's at the 20, 15, 10. Goodbye, Deebo. 46 yards.
They're just too much.
Yeah, he really he backed up his trash talking all week, didn't he?
He did. And I know you made a couple of good points about 10 minutes ago, but, this is a killer schedule for them. I mean, remember the Chiefs, the Bills, the Cowboys, the 49ers. They have the Cowboys and the Seahawks again coming up. So if you would have told me that they were only going to lose one game in this stretch, I would sign up for that all day, right?
It was just the way we lost.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the argument with Howie Long and Michael Strahan afterwards, and Howie went to school here in Villanova, and I think, and his son obviously was an Eagle. So I think we all appreciated that he was making our case, saying we've had a tougher schedule and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, it was just like, it was the way we lost. They just made us, You know what it looked like? It looked like Gavin Newsom playing basketball with those children.
Oh, the Chinese kids.
Yes, remember? It just was awful.
That's a good comparison.
So what do you like for the opening, Nick, for the Eagles Dallas game on Sunday?
What do you know? Do you have a number?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
That game is going to be in Dallas.
In Dallas.
I'll go Dallas minus 3.5.
Wow.
Yeah. The 49ers, by the way, have now wrecked the Cowboys and the Eagles.
I know.
They might be the best team in the conference at this very moment. Just saying.
The Eagles needed that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, they did.
They did to bring their fan base and themselves down to earth.
Yep. Let's get it back to the Sixers. Football's over for now.
And a lot going. Your alum Temple. Last night we had a lot going on in college sports.
I know. Proud day to be an Owl.
So,
although Kurt Warner's kid's apparently transferring, so he's leaving the Temple football program.
I think that if you're in a high school or a college program, stay where you are. They all do this. You're not in the NFL. Stay in your school.
Yeah, it's like radio now. Everybody just bounces around, leaves one place for another.
But they're basically kids. It's high school. It's high school or it's college. Stay where you are. That's my advice.
I like it.
I hate when they leave.
The Dawn and Greg with big, strong sports takes this morning.
I know.
And they said I was the sports guy.
We have no voice. It's just a bummer. It's like a depressing. Everybody's just commiserating about this game.
Yeah.
It was painful.
It was.
You know what helps it when you're in pain? Wawa. Whatever hoagie you prefer, Wawa hoagies. I'm saying it the Delco way. Hoagies are made just for you. So now you can get your favorite classic hoagie just the way you like it for only $6. Got to have a Wawa. I don't know if you're going to like this forecast. It's a bit brighter today. Obviously, yesterday, if you were out schlepping around getting your Christmas tree in the rain, maybe it wasn't that much fun, and then the Eagles. So today, a bit of sunshine, high of 52 degrees. Tonight, we dip down to 37. And tomorrow, 46 degrees. Wednesday, 45. Thursday, 43. So in other words, today and then up until Friday, we're in the mid-50s. Saturday, 58. Do you sense a pattern here? So this is the forecast where we start out warm, midweek we get cold, and then for the weekend we warm up again with a little bit of rain. So next weekend looks like we're going to be near 60 degrees, but in between here, especially tomorrow and through Thursday, we're in the low to mid 40s. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:17 here on this Monday morning as we kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the big take this morning, the American censorship regime. Last week many Republicans and many Americans were focused on stories like Hunter Biden officially agreeing to testify before House Republicans, or how Dr. Anthony Fauci will take the stand in front of the GOP-controlled House, or the debate between Ron DeSantis and Gavin Newsom. But lost in the shuffle was more details coming to light about the censorship industrial complex that continues to rage on here in the United States of America. In this nation, it is your constitutionally protected First Amendment right to say whatever it is you would like without the government trying to suppress your speech. And to be blunt, we need more Americans to have a backbone and speak up. And don't worry about being canceled or labeled by the left. You should absolutely be curious, skeptical, and even doubt what the establishment tries to sell you on a daily basis, especially in a day and age where the mainstream media is full of lapdogs and how journalists at once proud publications like the New York Times, Washington Post, Philadelphia Inquirer, and other outlets no longer challenge Washington on the issues of the day, rather falling in line and being a mouthpiece for the swamp. As Ronald Reagan once famously said, quote, "The 9 most terrifying words in the English language are, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." I hope Education Secretary Miguel Cardona was just listening to me and taking notes. But Greg Gutfeld had a strong take on what advertisers are trying to do to Elon Musk for simply voicing his opinion on a platform, by the way, in which he owns. Listen and watch this.
Musk may be the last man standing between real freedom of speech and the suffocating block of the censorship industrial complex, which is made up of government, media, and tech forces. He realizes that advertisers have no spine and can be easily cowed by special interest groups in cahoots with political allies. If you don't believe me, I got 2 words for you. Tucker Carlson.
Ooh.
Wow.
Look at that.
Room.
Yeah, Gutfeld went there on Fox News with a guy that no longer works for Fox News. Now, granted, Elon Musk has FU money, but you don't get change in the country without entering the uncomfortable. Nobody said creating change or preventing this change from happening would be easy. But it's those trailblazers out there that say enough is enough, and I'm going to take a risk for something I shouldn't have to, but it's become necessary. For example, Riley Gaines. She's preaching common sense, but she's also rolled the dice at the expense of mainstream abandonment, and all in the name of what? Women's rights? Absolutely worth it, and she is taking a risk here, even though really she shouldn't have to. But there's more than just Elon Musk out there. There's Dana White, there's Tucker Carlson, and others who have refused to bend the knee. Listen and watch this montage.
And one of our big sponsors called and said, take that down. You know what I said? Oh, yourself. Yeah. You. Yeah. Don't ever call me and tell me who to vote for. Yeah.
And if your recourse is, you're a bad person for not believing me, you. That's my response.
Blackmailing with money? Go yourself. Go yourself. Is that clear? I hope it is.
Crystal clear, Elon. Crystal clear. A lot of F-bombs in there, by the way. Last week, House Republican Jim Jordan from Ohio dropped the YouTube files, part 1 and 2, to show Americans the next big social media platform that has been silencing and suppressing Americans' voices. Now, we know approximately 1 year after Matt Taibbi published the first edition of the Twitter files, followed by other journalists such as Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, and Alex Berenson, Jordan released what YouTube, owned by Google, had been up to. And we know Facebook was complicit in this as well, as subpoenas to big tech by the House Judiciary Committee revealed this past summer. The Biden White House wanted true information censored. Facebook changed its policies because of pressure from the Biden administration. Now, some of the details with YouTube are as follows. On April 12th, 2021, Rob Flaherty, Biden's director of digital strategy, emailed Google wanting to know how Google and YouTube could better crack down on vaccine misinformation and to discuss, quote, ways the White House and our COVID experts can partner in your product work. In part 2 of the YouTube files, to appease the Biden White House, big tech gave in to the federal government's relentless pressure campaign to censor American speech, including true information. Big tech companies buckled under First Amendment pressure from the Biden White House to censor Americans' posts that included jokes, memes, and even opinions. Even those opinions that were proven factually correct, either at the time or in the very near future. But it gets worse, and it gets even far more petty and actually kind of scary. Timothy McComas, a random American who used social media, posted this meme on social media. 10 years from now on TV, you will be watching TV and hear, quote, did you or a loved one take a COVID-19 vaccine? You may be entitled to, ... We've all heard those ads on television throughout the day, right? Yeah, the Biden administration had that joke taken down on social media. This is no laughing matter, says the establishment. How dare you have fun on the internet? We are paying big money to Big Pharma. Roll up the sleeve and shut up. These were the petty and frightening levels to which the Biden administration went to make sure that the conversation remained a one-way street, controlling the narrative. Trust the experts. Trust the science. And your First Amendment rights be damned. Censorship is actually a booming industry in America today. From the White House to the federal agencies to big tech, all in cahoots, all in an effort to control you. And it will remain that way if you stay silent on this. Yeah, there's Dana White. Yeah, there's Tucker Carlson. Yeah, there's Elon Musk. 2 of those 3, not even Republicans, not even conservative. And they have told you they won't tolerate it. And neither should you. But it will take more than just a handful of millionaires and billionaires. It will take strength in numbers. And if not, number 1 will continue to erode before our very eyes. Number 1 being the First Amendment, which is already only about 65% of what it used to be, if you think about it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reaction, you are certainly welcome to do so. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. At 1210 WPHT on social media, or, of course, you can go to YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. I guarantee you the Biden administration will not mess with you on our YouTube chat, although YouTube will probably flag us for basically playing a song they don't want us to. But I digress. We'll come back, get your thoughts and reaction to that, and also the fallout and reaction from last week's debate with Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis. Ratings are in. Newsom's wife ready to throw the towel in, and now it is the new thing. When you get beat, you just claim you were cheated. That is exactly what Gavin Newsom is doing. Debate denialism becomes a thing. Next on Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds?
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
There's a tentative deal between Atlantic City Electric and striking union members. Closing arguments are scheduled for today in the embezzlement trial of convicted union boss John Doherty. And it was a night to forget at the Link. The Eagles get blown out by San Francisco 42-19.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Wednesday, the final GOP debate of the year is on News Nation, America's fastest growing cable news network. SiriusXM's Megyn Kelly, News Nation's Elizabeth Vargas, and the Washington Free Beacon's Eliana Johnson moderate a live primetime event from the University of Alabama as the candidates make their case to America on the only network for all America, the News Nation Republican Primary Debate. Live Wednesday, 8 Eastern. To find News Nation on your TV, go to joinnn.com.
Brace yourself for the ultimate holiday deal with Consumer Cellular. Snag an incredible 50% off the Iris Flip when you buy before December 17th, making it only $34.50. The Iris Flip is all the phone and camera you need with a user-friendly design, the perfect flip phone companion. Plus, you'll get nationwide coverage and always free activation. Score 50% off when you use promo code RADIO50. Head over to consumercellular.com and use promo code RADIO50 during checkout to score this deal.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
6:30. Welcome back in. It is Kayal and Company here on this Monday morning. Great to have all of you in. Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us, of course, live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet will be absolutely loaded today. Very interesting stuff last week. You know, we try to get through as many of the stories out there and all the content that matters to each and every one of you. But I did think it was kind of interesting that the YouTube files and a lot of these things have kind of lost some of their steam and their salaciousness as we moved along. You know, the Twitter files, the first one was really juicy, and then the second and the third one comes out, and then the Facebook files. Now you have the YouTube files, and really the common theme here is the censorship of, and I think the scariest part of all of it, yes, the suppression of free speech, but the fact that things that were factually true were taken down. Things that were without a doubt fact that were flagged and taken down. That's the part where it's like, okay, they only want you to know certain things and other things be damned. And the pettiness, the level of, you know, you got a guy out there, some random dude named Tim, who is out there and he's saying, and he's basically mocking those commercials. Have you or a loved one taken so-and-so in the last 20 years? If so, you may be entitled to compensation. Stuff like that. Jokes like that, getting basically the pressure from the Biden administration to big tech, and then big tech coming after you. And I'm not sure the specifics of what happened to that, Tim. It's not like it was the Hillary Clinton meme where this guy got arrested and spent time in jail, but I'm willing to bet his account was either temporarily suspended or permanently banned from the platform. So very interesting on that front. But I do want to get to the Gavin Newsom stuff. We mentioned this to start the show, and we'll delve into it now. So the Newsom camp is claiming that Ron DeSantis and Sean Hannity at Fox News both cheated in their debate last week. This is from Politico. They go on to say the following: the messy primetime event outside of Atlanta between Gavin Newsom and Ron DeSantis didn't end when the Fox News cameras stopped rolling. Newsom's team now says that DeSantis and Fox broke several rules, which is a really interesting claim if you think about it, because I thought Hannity and Newsom were buddies. I thought they were tight, right? They were boys. That's all we heard is Gavin and Sean with the new bromance. I remember, Dawn, you were even joking about it months ago when they started floating out this idea of a debate, and you talked about how these two kind of have, you know, some sort of little bromance going on here.
Yeah, they definitely hit it off. They
hit it off.
They did. They hit it off. Those guys.
Over a nice bottle of
Cabernet
Sauvignon.
If this is cheating, they should be embarrassed.
Yeah.
Nobody, honestly, the funniest line was that Trump won the night because it wasn't really a great night for Sean Hannity. I mean, they all looked good as far as if I'm looking at appearance, because if this is a beauty pageant, right? And we're going to go, well, you know, they all looked good and coiffed and that sort of thing. Once they all started talking, you're right. It was a hot mess.
It really was.
None of them looked great. Hannity did not retain control. That was not good. And then you know, DeSantis and Newsom started talking over each other and almost like I think you said last week, The View. And that was a good take because none of them looked really polished or professional, and they just started going back and forth and not really making their points.
Yeah, it got pretty ugly pretty quick. And they go on to say here in Politico that Thursday's raucous debate is giving way to bitter disappointment with and outright hostility towards Fox News and its host from the California Democrats camp. Before DeSantis could unveil his, quote, poop map, Governor Gavin Newsom teams and their frustration with Sean Hannity and the crew centered on his promises to them that he would be a fair moderator, only to repeatedly sandbag the governor and give the entire affair a 2-on-1 dynamic as they saw it. That's the Newsom camp. Gavin Newsom's senior advisor, Sean Clegg, says, quote, the debate was rigged and Newsom still won. So Like, now we clearly have debate deniers. Like, it sounds familiar. Like, now we're denying the results of a debate between two people that are really not even going to be the president of the United States in 2024.
So is that what we do now as a society when we don't like the outcome of something we claim the other side cheated?
And I'm gonna bring up multiple things. I'm gonna bring up what happened in the college football playoff this past weekend. Florida State feels like they got jobbed because they were 13-0. I saw Eagle fans yesterday crying on Twitter about the referees. The referees didn't get you beat by 23 points. The 49ers kicked your face in. That's what happened. Stop denying everything. Take some accountability for your losses. So show responsibility for the fact that you didn't do well. So Gavin Newsom, to me, we were talking about who won the debate, right? And I said I thought DeSantis absolutely mopped the floor with him. The fact that Newsom's camp is coming out saying that they cheated is their way of admitting they lost.
Agreed.
That's the big takeaway from all of this.
Yep.
They got beat. Yep. Now, I will say this, and this is just the cynical side of me. This is the conspiratorial nature that sometimes runs through my mind. Do you think, just possibly, and hear me out on this, who's in charge of Fox News, the New York Post, the Daily Mail? Who's the head honcho?
Rupert Murdoch?
No, Lachlan.
Well,
right, Rupert stepped
down.
The Murdoch
taking
family.
over.
Okay.
Yeah. But who were the Murdochs basically in bed with the last year in an effort to move on from Donald Trump?
Ron DeSantis.
Ron DeSantis. Do you think it's possible that this was their last ditch effort? If the Newsom camp is correct that this thing was quote rigged,
yeah.
Do you think this was their last ditch effort to get DeSantis over with Republicans and get him over the top with some people that maybe he hasn't caught on to? It would be like Greg Stocker basically saying, you know what, for 15 months, Nick Kayal just has not resonated with this audience. I got to do one last thing to try to make sure that this audience likes the guy. That's what it would be like, in my opinion. I know I'm going out on a limb here, but the thought went through my head.
Yeah, but I don't think he would have done it against Newsom. I think he would have done it against some lesser Democrat.
Or maybe some Republicans in another debate setting?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, to be honest with you, I think Hannity just looked at this as good TV.
Okay.
And I know originally I had the conspiracy that this was all Hannity and Trump, kind of
you did
scheming together. But clearly that didn't.
No.
I mean, it didn't.
Yeah. But it's cool to think about, though.
It helped, what's his name, to no one. You know what I mean? Like Ron DeSantis, it gained him nothing.
Yeah.
So I think it was a wasted effort by him, and
because if it doesn't show up in the next polls that he has closed the gap by even 1 percentage point on Donald Trump, which I don't think he will, it's proof that this was nothing more than a glorified exhibition. Although the DeSantis camp coming out saying, quote, Gavin Newsom got beat so badly last night, his wife literally had to throw in the towel for him.
It's an amazing story.
It was embarrassing. Apparently, Gavin Newsom's wife said, quote, during one of the breaks, "We're done." During a commercial. During a commercial before the extended portion of the debate, Newsom's wife, Jennifer Seibel, entered the room and intervened to end the debate. That according to NBC News, citing multiple sources with the DeSantis campaign and another source that was unaffiliated with either side. Could you imagine, and I'm not trying to sound sexist here, Dawn, but could you imagine if you're a man and you're a husband in any endeavor and your wife walks onto the platform and says, that's it, we're going home? That's not a good look. As a guy with a little bit of an ego, I think.
What are you saying there?
Any man with an ounce of pride, when your wife steps in and says, that's it, we're leaving. Like, imagine getting into a little fight in the back alley and you taking a few jabs to the schnoz, and then your wife says, that's it, Bobby, we're going home. But he just punched me in the face. I got to swing back. That's what happened to Gavin Newsom last week. I think it's a fascinating story.
Yeah, and the fact that she doesn't even say one of the kids is in the hospital. We need to leave now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's in my enabling mind.
Honey,
That's
my water broke.
Yeah. Like something. Really? You're pregnant?
Come up with something, right?
Come on. You usually would come up with some kind of an emergency to give them an out, an exit. But the fact that she just bursts in reportedly and says, we're done, we're out of here. Wow.
Yep. So that's kind of the fallout from what happened with Newsom and DeSantis, both on TV and behind the cameras when the cameras were not rolling. Also, we have the ratings results coming in. And this is very interesting. Do you have the numbers that we predicted last week?
I do.
Okay. Do you want to go through them again?
Well, let me just say this. I was way off.
You were high, right?
Well, usually, yes. I would, speaking of high, I would say that I was way off. I predicted 9 million.
That's what I thought.
You predicted 4.2, and Dawn predicted 7.
Okay. Now, we have kind of conflicting numbers here, as I guess the way they look at this, and you would know better than me, Greg, because you study ratings for a living. So apparently the debate drew 4.75 million in its live version.
Yep.
And then an additional 706,000 in a rebroadcast. So they're combining those two numbers. I always love when these people combine numbers. 4.75 million plus 700,000 is 5.46 million people in total, but 4.75 live.
Yeah, but is the rebroadcast, because it came on last night. Is that the rebroadcast?
No, the rebroadcast was
that doesn't count.
when they did it later that evening.
No, I'm not. You can't say the rebroadcast thing because it could be the same people.
That's true.
Well, no, it's that's for the West Coast. You know what I mean? So think about it. 9 o'clock on the East Coast is 8, 7, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Most people are just getting home from work at 6 o'clock.
Yep.
So a lot of the West Coast watched it at whenever they rebroadcast it later that night, 11 o'clock or whatever it was. So I think that we count both because you can't just discount. Even though 706,000 is just abysmal. Like, it's really abysmal for the West Coast.
If you combine the rebroadcast, that's right in between what Dawn and I had predicted.
Well, who's closer then?
I mean, I got to pull out the calculator here.
Well, what was it off the top? Because I had said people would tune in.
We don't have that kind of breakdown. We don't have that kind of breakdown.
Yeah, I would like to see the breakdown of it because I usually off the top, it would be a higher number.
And then it fades out.
And then I would love to know, because they do minute by minute. They know minute by minute. So I would love to know at what point people just said, I'm done, and then tuned out.
Yeah. For comparison's sakes, the most recent Republican primary debate that we all thought was awful and was a total snooze drew 7.51 million viewers across NBC, their streaming, and their digital.
This just shows you that nobody gives a flying F about this debate, honestly. It was just like 5 million people. You can grasp at straws here, say it's 4 million, it's 5 million, 6, whatever. It's still an abysmal number.
So you think this was nothing more than an ego stroke for 3 people?
Well, I mean, yeah, Fox News is going to look at it like it's a victory because Hannity usually gets 2 million viewers. It doubled, or maybe it doubled.
It was the debate was Hannity's highest rated broadcast of the year.
Great. So like it's great for Fox News, but in the grand scheme of things, man, it's just that's a bad number.
Yeah. And in comparison to some of the Trump town halls, it actually did better because you look at the last couple of town halls for Trump. In July, his town hall with Hannity got 2.9 million total viewers, which was just about a little bit over half of what the DeSantis-Newsom debate got. And also, it pales in comparison to the Trump town hall with Caitlin Collins. If you look at the Trump town hall with Caitlin Collins, that was actually higher rated than the DeSantis-Newsom when you factor in streaming and everything else. And for what it's worth, the Trump town halls have kind of lost some steam. They've gone from 5.1 million to 4.4 to 4.2 to 3.8 to 3.5 to then 3.31 with the Collins over on the 3-letter network CNN. So there's your ratings if you were wondering if it was worth your time. And then we got another one coming up this Wednesday night.
Oh, God.
The fourth one.
Forgot.
Yes, Megyn Kelly, News Nation.
We just aired a spot for it, didn't we?
Yeah. It'll be Wednesday night, 8 o'clock on News Nation. I believe the top 5 Republican primary challengers not named Donald Trump. And I think they're doing it from somewhere in the state of Alabama.
Yeah,
so
they are.
We'll see about that.
That's what night?
8 o'clock Wednesday on News Nation. I've never turned News Nation on in my life. I'm going to have to pull out the TV guide and figure out where the hell it is.
I've heard that they're also partnering with the CW. I could be wrong.
Oh, they'll pick up an extra 10,000 viewers there.
Can you imagine?
CW. Are they going to preempt Seventh Heaven?
Yeah, where News Nation is the one
Cuomo's on.
with
Yeah.
and Ashley Banfield.
Yep.
And they're the one I always get them. I think they tried to trick everybody, and people would think they were Newsmax at first. They try to play off that name.
Yeah.
Because a couple times I tune them, I'm like, oh, is this Newsmax? And I'm like, oh wait, no, this
Nope,
is not
this
Newsmax.
is not nope. Yeah, so I mean, basically the way it goes is you've got MSNBC, CNN, and News Nation on the left, and then you've got Fox, you've got Newsmax, and OAN essentially on the right. I think OAN might be the lowest rated of all 6. They've got about 13 total viewers, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just reporting the facts. That's all I do.
Well, part of it is it's who has cable access,
I know,
right?
I know.
Like a lot of cable companies and Comcast don't carry some of these.
Right. For one reason or another. And it's like the other thing, too, when you see some of these, like, there's just way too many channels on TV.
Yep.
There's channels that I go through by sometimes when I'm just scrolling and I'm bored and I'm like, I've never heard of that channel before. It's unbelievable. I don't no wonder why TV's dying. It's oversaturated.
It is.
And then you can't remember, like, where was that thing? And you got all the apps up on the TV.
And you don't remember the numbers anymore. Like nobody remembers what number the channel is anymore. my girls have no idea what 3, 6, 10, and 29 means.
I'm shocked that you still have, old school cable.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Well, I have a satellite provider, but it's basically the same.
Yeah,
I'll go streaming eventually. I will. The day's coming.
Well, now there are, because it's
going to jump into 2010.
Yeah.
But you'll save a lot of money, allegedly.
And that's why
no, you won't.
I know. That's what everybody.
No, you won't.
So we went to YouTube TV. We still have all the other. I don't even know where it all. But anyway, it's now apparently there are other services coming out to compete with YouTube TV because everybody went to that.
Gotcha.
Well, especially because they have the NFL ticket now.
Right.
Yeah.
NFL Sunday ticket.
It's like, how do you want it? Do you want one $90 bill or do you want 7 $12 bills? It all adds up to the same thing at the end of the day. If you cut the cord and then pick up 8 streaming services, it's kind of like the same thing, right?
No, YouTube TV. I mean, you can get a generic package that's maybe $60 or something like that. But
really,
but if you want HBO,
Red Zone,
Showtime, all that stuff, it's an extra Showtime. Yeah, it's all. I pay more through YouTube TV than I paid for cable.
Yeah, damn capitalists.
Then you have teenagers. And they're like, "Who downloaded this?
Yeah,
this
exactly.
movie or this blah blah blah."
Yep. All right, coming up next, is it possible that John Fetterman has seen the light?
No.
We will give you the tape and the story that goes with it as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
You've heard us talk about our Piazza Hondas, and for my family, what a great experience we had with my son Michael, teenager, driving away from Piazza Honda, driving out of there with that gorgeous new Honda Civic with that look of pride on his face. It was such a great experience. The knowledgeable sales team, they showed us all the features, and then, of course, took it for a road test drive. We were just so impressed, and we left the dealership with the specific model, the very color Michael wanted. The experience was seamless, start to finish. And when I say everything Michael wanted, believe me, everything was way beyond his expectation. They spent so much time with us and treated us like family. And yeah, the Piazza family started out as a family business more than half a century ago with the family's patriarch right in our area. Just great people and great to do business with the Piazzas. If you're considering a new or maybe a pre-owned Honda, just visit Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Springfield, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading. You can shop online right now at piazzahonda.com. There are some incredible year-end deals. So now my stepson, Jonathan, we're headed over there this week because Jonathan needs a new car. Larry tried to divert a deer. Haven't even told you guys about that story. His car's totaled, and I still want to get my minivan traded in. So, yeah, Piazza Honda, they've got the Mentees coming in full force. I'm telling you, there are some incredible deals, and for trade-ins, whatever you need, PIAZZA, piazzahonda.com. make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Is your home in need of new windows and doors, but you've decided to brave through one more cold season before making the plunge? Well, let me tell you why acting now will not only keep your family feeling warm all winter long while lowering your high heating bills, but also save you big bucks with the end-of-the-year sale from the great people at Guida Door and Window. Guida is bringing back their biggest discounts of the year. Receive 40% off each window you buy. Yes, 40% off every professionally installed window. You'll also receive 40% off any door, including entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. And don't worry about touching your holiday money, because Guida will start your project with no money down and allow you to pay it off interest-free for up to 12 months. If you need new windows and doors, you need to go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these huge savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires December 31st, so call Guida today. Schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. The winter months are rolling in, and I'm excited to talk with you, though, about Rescue's Natural Supplements Deck the Hall sale. We're talking up to a whopping 78% off on all products, including essential omega-3s, cholesterol support, natural pain relief, and much more. And get this, the savings last the entire month. And did I mention that Rescue is offering 15 special health boosting products at under $20? To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. You can fortify your immune system, boost energy levels, support overall well-being with Rescue's selection of over 50 high-quality natural supplements. There's no code needed to save up to 78% site-wide. So stay healthy this holiday season by shopping res-q.com today.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We're running with the shadows of the night. So baby, take my hand, it'll be alright. Surrender all your dreams to me tonight. They'll come true in the
We are back. Kayal and Company. 6:52. Good to have all of you in here on this Monday morning as we put a bow on hour number one. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Just under an hour away from a Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. After all of the Talking Head Sunday shows, always a good edition of the Cut Sheet coming out of a weekend. Also still ahead this morning, very interesting breakdown, ranking the top vice president options for Donald Trump. We will get into that. Also, politicians in Florida sticking their nose in sports. We'll get to that story. Dana White had an epic rant on today's generation being anti-American. We will get to that. And then also some issues for the Biden administration as swing state Muslims are vowing to ditch Joe. We'll get to that story. And GOP senators urging Joe Biden to put severe restrictions on travel from China with this pneumonia issue that has been going around, not only in China, but it's made its way to the United States, as we've seen cases in Ohio and Massachusetts. So some very interesting stuff with that. And also, remember our lady last week, I think it was early in the week, who was on the Georgia beach?
Yes.
Horrible story.
We're going to have an update coming up later.
Yeah, don't
It's
spoil
awful.
it. Oof.
No, very, very sad story. So we will get to that. But in what could be maybe a changing of the guard, maybe, everybody's entitled the right to change their views as they go about their life. Some of us just kind of see the light. Others maybe have a stroke and then come back with a different political view. And maybe John Fetterman is that guy. The headline from the Babylon Bee to a real story is as follows. Weird. Man becomes more conservative as he regains brain function, says the Babylon Bee. And that is in regard to what we're about to play for you right now, because we know there's a lot of conversation going on about George Santos and being expelled from Congress. Of course, we've got many Democrats on the left that have done things like pull fire alarms, sleep with Chinese spies, things of that nature, yet they remain in power. But George Santos is out, and John Fetterman is sitting back and saying, well, wait a minute. I'm not really sure I understand this. Let's take a listen to John Fetterman as he continues this trend of talking like a Republican. Listen to this.
Well, it's like I'm not surprised, but to me, I think the more important picture is that we have a colleague in the Senate that actually did much more sinister and serious kinds of things. Senator Menendez, he needs to go. And if you are going to expel Santos, how can you allow to somebody like Menendez to remain in the Senate? And, you know, Santos's kind of lies were almost, you know, funny. And like, you know, he, you know, landed on the moon and that kind of stuff. Whereas, you know, I think, you know, Menendez, I think, is really a senator for Egypt, you know, not New Jersey. Wow. So I really think he needs to go. And especially, it's kind of strange that if Santos is not allowed to remain in the House, you know, someone like that. Yeah.
Are you, though, uncomfortable with the fact that there hasn't been an adjudication, that while he's been charged, there hasn't been a conviction?
Menendez.
With Menendez.
I am. And it's like he has the right for his day in court and all that, but he doesn't have the right to have those kind of votes and things that that's not a right. And I think we need to make that kind of decision to send him out.
So how about that? I mean, we've known that, you know, Fetterman has been very vocal about Bob Menendez and getting rid of Gold Bar Bob, but he kind of said what a lot of Republicans are saying.
Well, let me just say this. I kind of disagree with what he's saying. Not that I think that, not that I don't think Menendez is corrupt, because in my opinion,
he's the senator for Egypt.
He is. However, he has not been like they need to do a trial, whatever they need to do before they expel anybody. That was my problem with George Santos.
Yeah.
Was that he didn't get they just expelled him before. Now, was he guilty? Probably. But he didn't have his day in quote unquote court.
Right.
So what are we? You can't just. People can't just be accused of something and then you throw them out.
Yeah, you have to prove
you
that
have to prove it.
Exactly.
So, I kind of disagree with Fetterman there, and I disagreed with what they did with Santos. Prove it, and then expel them.
Right. It's just interesting when you think about it. If we're counting sins, you know, you've got George Santos, who's just basically a fraud, a liar, and everything about him is fabricated. Swalwell sleeps with a Chinese spy. Schiff lied for 4 years about Russia. Menendez has gold bars from Egypt, and our boy Bowman is yanking fire alarms. But then again, two-tier system, right? So.
Well, but the biggest thing about this is Menendez. They took him all. I don't think you should be a committee chair.
Of course, yes.
Right,
That's
because
good point.
If you allegedly have been doing something that allegedly could, you know, compromise national security, so they were right to take him off of the committee meeting. But I think Fetterman, in our upside-down world, why should we be surprised that the guy who suffered, you know, obviously suffered a devastating stroke, who thank goodness he's doing much better. He clearly is doing much better.
He sounds better there.
But in our upside-down land, of course, the guy who everybody said, you know, couldn't speak and had all these issues is the Democrat making the most sense. Of course.
Go figure.
Because it's upside down land.
It really is. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. And then we will get to the legislators and some of the lawmakers from Florida, including former Philadelphia Eagle, now turned politician Corey Simon and Ron DeSantis, sticking their nose in the world of sports. I'm consistent with this. I don't want my sports commentators getting political. I don't want my politicians delving into sports. Separation of church and state. I believe in that. We'll get to that as we kick off hour 2 next on Kayal and Company.
But first, we got to talk about What a Crock and their delicious ready-made meals before you've heard me talk about this. So if you're a busy parent like me, or you're just darn busy, period, and you could use some easy meals, you are going to love What a Crock. So I put the meal in my slow cooker in the morning, run around all day. When we come home, dinner is waiting. What a relief. Unlike most meal kit companies, that's not what this is. There is zero prep required, no prep at all. And the cleanup, by the way, is a breeze. It's literally as simple as dropping the meal into your slow cooker and boom, dinner is handled. I love it. Whatacrock.com, it has a huge menu of more than 50 meals you can try from the classics, like, the old-fashioned pot roast, which is delicious, and the chicken Alfredo, to some of the new favorites like the stuffed chicken parm meatballs and honey garlic chicken with all those veggies. So hearty and healthy and delicious. No subscription, no commitment is required to order. So you can just, order exactly what you need, what you want, and whenever you want it. I like that option too. Make sure you use promo code WPHT at checkout. You're going to get $10 off. Whatacrock.com. So it's code WPHT, $10 off. If you've tried What a Crock before, you already know how much of a lifesaver their dinners really are. Order now, whatacrock.com, and you can send it as a gift. Tell them Dawn sent you.
WPHT, HD, WOGL, HD3, Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get into the holiday spirit and listen to Philly's official Christmas station, B101, for all the sounds of the season, from Mariah to the holiday classics.
It's the most wonderful.
Plus, keep rocking around the Christmas tree no matter where you are with B101 on the free Odyssey app. Turning your home into a winter wonderland? Ask your smart speaker to play B101 Philly. Enjoy the holiday season your way on the radio, on your smart speaker, and on the free Odyssey app.
Calling on Harleysville to follow 1210 WPHT in the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
.701, hour number 2 underway. It's a Monday morning. It's Kayal and Company here on December the 4th. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Download that Odyssey app if you haven't already. We've only been telling you for 15 months. Watch us live on YouTube. You can get us on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button.
You know what's funny about the Odyssey app is that every month we get like a little breakdown of like each station and how many, I don't know why I was echoing there, and how many were, which station downloaded this. And it's a little competition between us brand managers. So if you want to see yours truly, be able to say, hey, look at us.
Yeah.
Download the Odyssey app right now.
Yeah.
For the month of December, I would like to. That's my Christmas gift.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay. Is there
I'm asking for a lot more.
Monetary gift attached to that if you win for the
No,
month's
there's
soccer?
nothing. There's absolutely nothing. It's just bragging rights.
Okay.
So
when Greg rolls into one of those meetings at Thursday at like 10:30 in the conference room and his chest is all puffed out.
Exactly.
We'll know why.
AUDACY. Odyssey app. Download it now and favorite 1210 WPHT if you have not done so. Thank you.
Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Dana White, Epic Pro America rant. We've got Trump's VP options we'll get into, and also kind of an interesting timing when you look at the calendar with GOP primary season coming to a close right as Trump trials are set to begin. We'll examine that. And then also Ron DeSantis getting involved in the drama from the weekend pertaining to college football. We'll tell you about that. Was probably the biggest story in the entire country yesterday, and it had nothing to do with the Philadelphia Eagles getting their face kicked in, which we will probably talk a little bit about with Harry Mays when he joins us at 9:30 this morning. But let's get to the news. There is a lot of it, some of which is disturbing. 7:03, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this Monday morning, December 4th. We are sponsored by ECI Comfort. So in the news, U.S. Marshals officers have joined Philadelphia police as they continue in their search for 34-year-old Gino Hagen Cotter, who fled the State Road prison campus the local prison, just after noon Thursday while on that outdoor work assignment. So this, according to city officials this morning, they confirm that they have not been able to apprehend this escapee, this inmate who escaped the Northeast Philadelphia Correctional Facility. And so this search now continues this Monday. Started noon last Thursday. Like I say, despite dozens of tips, nobody has been able to lead law enforcement to Gino Hagenkotter. Where is Gino? He's 34 years old, just walked away from that supervised work program last week. And a lot of people saying, well, what motivated this guy to escape? Because, in fact, he had retail theft charges. He was coming to an end of his sentence. So why? Why would this guy escape? Apparently what happened was there was a detainer from Bucks County that they realized there were other charges, apparently some retail theft allegations against him, and he became angry, expressed his anger, according to authorities, to the fact that he was going to be, he was going to spend some more time behind bars for those alleged crimes. So that's when he has to go to the bathroom, go to the bathroom excuse.
I was just going to make sure this is the guy that went to the potty, right?
Yeah.
We talked about.
I got to go. Raised his hand, said he had to go to the bathroom. And this is a minimal security situation, so he's not considered dangerous or armed or anything of that nature. Climbed the fence, left the prison property when he was out doing some work there in the orchard in the Northeast. But, neighbors are concerned about this, that it's too often in our region, and the fact that this escapee, they released some new images of him. He looks a little bit like he could be a relative of our own Phil Almquist. I'm just saying.
Yeah?
Kind of.
Really?
Kind of
okay.
Resembles. Not as good looking as Phil.
There we go.
Now,
okay, not as good looking, but.
Now, he's also, this guy has committed burglary and theft, is what you have reported?
That's what they are alleging.
Well, if you're this guy, look, it's the holiday season, a lot of retail shopping being done, and we know we live in a day and age where if you want to go in and steal stuff from stores, nobody's going to stop you. So, this guy was like, you know what, I got to take advantage of the season. Get out there and start doing my thing, get a head start on it. Even though he had a couple of more weeks left before he was going to be released. Probably strategically a dumb move by that guy.
Yeah, clearly not the brightest bulb in the box over here, right?
That's one way to put it.
But they continue to search for him. They did release some new images of him, so I'm not sure if those are related to right after the prison. They're trying to track him through the prison escape. Where did he head? Checking all of the cameras and sort of following the trail.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to update you on that story as well. We do have homicide detectives in Philadelphia looking into the situation that happened in Philadelphia's West Oak Lane section. Early this morning, a man was killed, a woman injured during this shooting that took place on Summers Road, 7300 block of Summers Road in West Oak Lane. We know that the couple had bought the home to do some renovation projects, so a lot of concern in this area. Normally, this is a quiet area and a tree-lined area, so not sure as far as what went on there. And then we're also tracking the situation with hundreds of protesters marching through Center City as well as University City over the weekend to what they say show their support for Gaza and Palestinians. They demanded a permanent ceasefire. This is the latest in a sustained local effort aiming to call attention to the war in Israel and Gaza and its fallout. Meantime, the IDF has confirmed in Israel that their ground offensive is in full effect, so there's a lot going on overseas as well. But here locally, this has to do with local businesses being targeted because they are owned by people who are Jewish.
Mm-hmm.
So this one, Goldie Restaurant in Center City, it's an Israeli shop, and Goldie's part of that Cook and Solo group owned by Israeli-born Michael Salmanov. And there was a small group that protested outside another one of his restaurants in Fishtown that we had talked about.
Dawn, I'm glad you brought this up again in round 2 of the news because I wanted to read this tweet. We've got some numbers as well. Feudy Pandola, who's one of our better tweeters. We actually haven't heard from Feudy Pandola in a while. I don't even know if Feudy Pandola is a guy or a girl, to be honest, but
They, them.
They, them?
Just kidding.
Okay.
No, it's a guy.
It's a guy, okay. So he tweeted us, and he tagged Dawn and I. He said, I'm not shocked at all. The West better realize the stakes are higher than Israel just losing some territory. This is a clash of civilizations, and Israel is in a showdown for her life, and we're next. And he copies in a poll. And we've been talking about, remember when this all started in early October, after October 7th, for the first week or so, we were kind of having this conversation of, well, does this speak for all Palestinians or most Palestinians? And then we got into the conversation of, well, nobody over in the Middle East wants the Palestinians, so why should we take them here in America? This one poll that Feudy sends to us, shocking poll, 75% of Palestinians support the deadly October 7th attack on Israel, while only 13% of Palestinians oppose it from October the 7th. And there's like a little graph and like a little pie chart, and you can see the massive support of what occurred on October the 7th. So I just wanted to highlight that and finally put some numbers to what we've been talking about. Granted, it's one poll, take polls with a grain of salt, but I'll retweet it so you can actually maybe see and put a number to this acceptance of this terrible, terrible attack. So just wanted to share that with our audience.
Yeah, this went viral. I know I had retweeted that last night. It was actually during the Eagles game. I guess we were all trying to be distracted by something.
Yeah.
But it had gone viral last night, and a lot of people commenting on it. And the question that remains is, well, what can be done? What can be done here, or what is anybody doing? And so one person who, this caught the attention of was Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. He did respond to the video of the protesters. He said it was a blatant act of anti-Semitism, not a peaceful protest, and pointed out that the restaurant and restaurants like these are being mobbed because the owner is Jewish and Israeli.
We have the video. We played it in the 6 o'clock news. Let's play it again now, Phil, if you can. D1, go. No, wait, hang on. That was my own fault.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2, 1. D1, go. Looks like there's about, I don't know, 150, 200 people out there.
Significant amount of people out here.
Yeah.
It's disturbing, but there was no reports of any vandalism or violence, correct?
One person said they were either writing or putting stickers on the door of the restaurant. But is that vandalism? Is that, technically if they spray painted it, they weren't spray painting.
Right.
But there were questions as far as that goes. Can they, get in trouble for putting stickers on the door?
We should do something, show some solidarity with that restaurant. And look, they're not an advertiser, but I'm gonna, for what they went through last night, they deserve it. Everybody in the listening area should go and patronize them today.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
And if they want to do a food drop here in the morning, I'll gladly accept it.
And what's the name of the place, Dawn? Goldie's. On it and. Do we know where it's located?
Yeah.
Dorenzo says he went there last week and the food is amazing.
Oh.
Do we? Can we bring Anthony up?
Hang on.
Let's see if we could get Dorenzo for an instant food review here. How about Dorenzo going to a little Israeli in the middle of the week?
There he is.
Nice little touch. Go ahead, Phil. Go ahead, Anthony.
Oh, he's in Phil's studio.
Oh, he's in Phil's studio. He's sitting on Phil's lap.
You're up.
Anthony, go.
Yeah, I went last week, and it was actually some of the best hummus and falafel I've ever had.
Really?
And where's it located?
I think that one's right off of Spruce Street in Rittenhouse Square, off of 20th.
Okay. There's multiple locations, I think, right?
Love a good hummus, by the way.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
Everybody should go out there and patronize Goldie's today.
Yeah.
And they have merch online as well. I saw people were talking about ordering hats, T-shirts, things like that. If you're not in the area, you can go online. Their website has merchandise.
There you go. Our website has merchandise as well. Buy the Kayal and Company sweatshirt first, folks.
Nick is always thinking about it.
With all due respect. And then you can get to Goldie's. Yeah. Kayal and Company 1, Goldie's 2.
We get a little falafel, get a little Kayal and Company.
You get a hoodies and hummus.
Yeah. This one was on Sansom Street, so everybody go out there today and patronize them.
Yeah.
Show them some love and support.
Yeah, and by the way, too, while we're at it, when you're at the grocery store and you buy the prepackaged hummus, total waste of money. Don't do that, folks.
Agreed.
Go to your local restaurant for a hummus.
Yeah.
All right, end rant.
So we have, by the way, since I mentioned Governor Josh Shapiro, I will just mention you that it was a huge event in Manhattan, glamorous ballroom, expensive event, everybody in their gowns and tuxedos. So Pennsylvania Democrats, they call this Pennsylvania's annual weekend of bipartisanship, but it's the Pennsylvania Society. And so Shapiro was there. Mostly Democrats were there. They all go to New York City, which always irks me because I think, why don't you just come here to Philadelphia?
Yeah.
We have beautiful ballrooms, too.
I know, we're always
But it's
treated like a
tradition.
second-rate major
I know,
city,
right?
It's so annoying on many fronts.
But it was quite a lovely affair. And they do say it's bipartisan. They honor many different individuals for their patronage and for getting things done, etc. So we wanted to bring that forth to you. We also had Sylvester Stallone, and he was here in Philadelphia for the first ever Rocky Day at the Museum Art Steps.
Yeah.
So Chevy Chase was here as well.
Yeah. Next
For what?
Next week will be cheesesteak day.
Chevy Chase was here
Yeah.
as well. For what?
Well, they probably got free tickets to the Eagles game.
Mm.
How much you want to bet? They said
Probably sitting
let's
in
make a day of it.
Jeffrey's box.
But yeah, maybe Jeff Lurie's box.
Yeah.
Chevy Chase, is he promoting a movie? There's always some other motive. But
Isn't he like 90? Like, what, a movie?
Yeah, he's still kicking. He's got a book coming out.
no,
Everybody's got a book.
Sylvester Stallone. I don't know how old he is. He's like in his mid-70s.
Mhm.
He just had a series that we loved. He's actually
Yeah,
still
you were
working.
talking. You were talking about this last
Yeah.
week that it was like must see. Was it Netflix? You said.
Yeah, it was a Netflix. It's one of the many where you go, where's that show on? Which app is it on?
Mhm.
Yeah, it's called Sly.
Sly.
Thank you.
So
All right.
it's good.
It is.
All right, I'll take it in.
It's really good. So he's like, I love him. I'm a huge fan of his. But in any event, they were out there joking with attendees. I mean, right there and with the people. I saw him with the local reporters. It was cute. They were doing, like the one local reporter, I don't even know who she is. She's brand new. She was thrilled.
Oh, yeah.
And she was like, hi, we're here live at the thing. And guess what? Look who's here, Sylvester Stallone. And
So she was fangirling it up.
she was fit, but she literally was cueing him. She cues, and he does this whole bit.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, I mean, a lot of movie stars, he's a big star. They
Yeah.
would never do that.
Yeah.
He was having fun with it.
Aw.
It was cute.
That's cute.
And you can buy the merch,
Yeah.
holiday season,
Yeah. More great journalists in the city.
et cetera, et cetera. Well, at least they're cute and they're having some fun. I don't know. They're not going to, where are we? We're going to talk about
Sponsor.
ECI Comfort. In the cold weather, is the cold weather getting you down? Stay warm with ECI Comfort, your go-to HVAC experts. Upgrade to the reliability of Trane heating systems. And it's not like a choo-choo train, it's TRANE heating systems. So keep your cozy when it matters most. Call ECI Comfort for your comfort needs online, ECIComfort.com. Today, enjoy it. We're in the low 50s. Tomorrow, in the mid 40s. And that'll take us through the end of the week when there is a warm-up. So I'm just going to say tonight it'll be not freezing, 37 for our low overnight. And then, we talked about the Eagles already. Can we please be done with talking about the Eagles? It's Dallas week. We'll look toward an away game in Dallas, blah, blah, blah. This is Kayal and Company Newsletter. Do I have to talk about the Eagles? Is
No,
that a
you
requirement?
don't. No, you don't.
Thank
If you want Eagles content, go down the hall.
It was very upsetting.
Yeah.
It was a bummer.
There you go.
Threw us all off this
It did.
week.
It did. But some of us had the
Gotta
Niners
get it.
Niners -3, so life's not too bad. That's just
Some
me.
of us never can bring ourselves to
I
vote
know.
against our home team.
I know. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Coming up next, I can't win with DeSantis supporters. We'll tell you why on the other side. But first, you can absolutely win with Wawa. All right, listen up, everybody. Very simple. Wawa has two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season, right? It's all about efficiency in this day and age. First up is shopping from home. Maybe the office. Maybe you're just tuning out your boss. You're listening to us on an app and going to websites. Well, why don't you go to Wawa right now? Just don't tell your boss you're doing so. It's cold out, so when you want to give the gift of Wawa, the digital gift card is always an easy success to send it near or far. Just visit Wawa.com, pick one of the festive card designs, enter your card amount, and write a message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox instantly, or you can schedule it to arrive at just the right moment, like magic. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody you love. Okay, but let's say you love the hustle and bustle of shopping and you wouldn't mind a one-stop shop. Well, you can head over to your local Wawa today and get the gift cards right there for everybody on your list. You'll find gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. Yes, Roblox. My daughters play that game all the time. They're like, Daddy, I'm playing Roblox. I'm like, Roadblocks? The heck is Roadblocks? They're like, no, Daddy, Roblox. ROWBLOX. I'm like, okay. Well, grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make anyone's season bright in one Wawa run. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop shop for gift cards. See all stores for details.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Call QC Kinetics right now. Make 2024 the year you're back to living a normal life again. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. QC Kinetics can give you your life back. They are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments that repair and restore that damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement again. How does that sound? QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients around the nation, people who had knee pain, back pain, shoulder pain, but were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024 and get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funds. QC Kinetics. Call them today, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 999-3000.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 five-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kayal and Company, 7:22. It's a Monday morning as we get another work week going. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Never mentions the word addiction.
Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. Also, another great prize for our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. Our buddy Harry Mays coming up at 9:30. Be a very interesting week as we have the fourth primary debate for the Republicans coming up on Wednesday at 8 o'clock on News Nation. Megyn Kelly will be hosting that one, so you can expect a big take on that Thursday morning here on Kayal and Company. But I mentioned a couple of minutes ago when we were teasing this story, I don't like it when my politicians delve into my sports. I don't like it when my sports figures, whether they are athletes, coaches, broadcasters, journalists, media members, give me their political views. And it has nothing to do with Republican or Democrat. To me, when I'm watching sports, I'm not in politics mode. When I'm in politics mode, I'm not in sports mode. I don't want to see the two intertwined. We talk about these things on this show when the sports world kind of washes over into politics, and we will certainly continue to do so when a lot of these coaches or these athletes with a platform decide to espouse their left-wing views. Then I think it's fair game for us to talk about on this program, much like when a conservative governor goes into sports. And I just got done praising Ron DeSantis last week. I thought he absolutely wiped the floor with Gavin Newsom. And then on Sunday, he decided to intervene in the sports world. So I've got to call DeSantis out for this. If you were paying attention yesterday, and if you're a college football fan, yesterday was the college football playoff selection show where they picked the top 4 teams, and those are the 4 teams that go to the playoff. And they rank them 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 plays 4, 2 plays 3. And there's a big hoopla over Florida State, who was undefeated. They went 13-0. They won their conference, and they are the first ever team to win a major conference, go undefeated, and be left out. Now, they got left out because Alabama, who had 1 loss, defeated Georgia to win their championship, and Georgia had won 29 straight games. And a lot of people are sick of Alabama. And apparently Ron DeSantis feels like the Florida State Seminoles got snubbed, as Ron DeSantis tweeted yesterday, quote, "What we learned today is that you can go undefeated and win your conference championship game, but the College Football Playoff Committee will ignore these results. Congrats to Florida State on an outstanding season and winning the ACC championship." So a couple of thoughts on that, and I tried to kind of tie in politics and sports with this thought. Florida State is a lot like Ron DeSantis. Very good at what they do. They're very good in their conference, and they are good at what they do in their own state as a governor. Alabama is a lot like Donald Trump. They have the pedigree, they have the results, and they are the best option today. The College Football Playoff Committee's goal is to find the 4 best teams, not the most deserving, not the best storyline, not the best brand, the 4 best, keyword best. They thought Alabama was the best based on the eye test, and I agree with that. Not because I'm an Alabama fan, but because I'm an objective observationist. So DeSantis and now other lawmakers, including former Philadelphia Eagle Corey Simon, who is now a Republican and does politics and is a political figure in Florida, are considering their legal options over this, which I think is an epic waste of time for taxpayer dollars in the state of Florida. This from frontofficesports.com. Florida lawmakers already have an appetite to propose state legislation to protest Florida State not making the college football playoff. A source close to lawmakers told Front Office Sports. On Sunday, the college football playoff made the controversial decision to award Alabama the 4th and final spot in the postseason instead of the undefeated Seminoles. The decision was presumably made due to the strength of schedule considerations and the fact that Florida State lost their starting quarterback back on November the 18th, arguing they are still not the same team they were then with their starting quarterback. At least 3 government officials in Florida have publicly commented so far criticizing this, one of which was Ron DeSantis, which we just read his tweet, and then also former Florida State player and former Philadelphia Eagle Corey Simon, who played on the McNabb-Andy Reid team, is now a senator in the state of Florida, and he took his comments a step further, issuing an accusation of corruption at the college football playoff as he calls for a lawsuit relating to the decision. He says the following on Twitter: "The corruption of college football rears its ugly head again. ESPN and Disney have a vested interest in the SEC participating in the playoff." So here's the conspiracy theory that people are floating out for why Florida State got snubbed. I want you to follow along with this.
Yeah.
Florida State University is based in Tallahassee, Florida.
Sure.
Tallahassee is the capital of Florida. Ron DeSantis and his office, the governor, reside in the city of Tallahassee, Florida. DeSantis has had a well-drawn-out public battle with Disney. Disney owns ESPN and ABC, which, oh, by the way, own the broadcast rights to the college football playoff. Connect all the dots. It means nothing. It adds up to nothing, but people are out there speculating about it. So just figured we would throw that story out there as somebody who does not want to see I don't want to see Trump in sports. Stay out of it.
Robert Schwartz on the YouTube chat writes, politicians have the right to their opinion, but legal action is ridiculous.
I agree. Like, what legal action are you going to take?
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. So this, to me, I would think probably just here's maybe this is why DeSantis is doing this. There's a lot of people in Florida, a lot of Floridians that felt like DeSantis has abandoned them in his second term as governor, running for president, right? So maybe this is a way to pander to your base a little bit in the state of Florida, gain some favor with a group of people that are maybe down on you because he's consumed with trying to beat Trump as opposed to maybe governing the state of Florida in his second term as governor. So kind of an interesting story, but I like it when my politicians stay out of sports, and I want my sports people out of politics. So there you go. 855-839-1210. We got more comments?
No.
Oh, okay.
I'm just laughing at you.
I love it. All right. Just when I gave DeSantis a little bit of credit.
I know.
Yeah, he wipes up Gavin Newsom, and then he's got to get involved with Florida State. Come on, Ron.
I mean, wipes up is a strong take.
A victory.
Okay.
Yeah, the Newsom's his wife threw in the towel. She
Well,
said, "Stop.
yeah,
You're beating up my hubby."
Yeah, I agree, but it's just I don't know. It's just the whole thing.
I just never
stupid.
thought. Is it?
They were just talking over one. Like, how can one say one defeated the other when they were just talking over each other the entire time?
Has it ever? I know we always say this. It's always been this way, and we always live in the moment. But has it ever been this petty? I mean,
of course,
really?
Of course, we've always done like. They used to have duels, like it's fine. We're fine. We'll survive as a.
I'm not saying we're not in trouble. I love it. It provides great content for us. But I just think the levels to which people will go to now. Yeah. I mean, DeSantis pandering to Florida State fans. Give me a break. All right, coming up next, we have to rank the Trump VP options. A very interesting article and a few people that have been off of our radar for a little bit because we've been so focused on the primary for presidential nominee that we haven't been paying attention to a couple of these names that are still doing good things out there that would actually make a lot of sense, I think, if Trump decides to select one of these individuals. We'll get to that next as we continue Kayal and Company. Hour number 2 on a Monday, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So we were talking this morning about what is the line for Sunday, the Eagles and Dallas. Eagles at Dallas. It looks like Dallas right now -3. Over under 51.5 money line plus 150. You can bet on this game and many others on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Dare I do the Eagles again at plus 150, the money line? I think I do. Eagles plus 150. Sunday, 820. You get $150 back if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. You can bet on everything from spreads, player props, over-unders, anything you want to. FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra in a salute to Philly sports fans at Westchester University, January 26th and 27th, in the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey on February 25th.
I love the orchestra.
Can't wait to hear the band. The city is on fire right now.
It was fantastic.
The Birds.
Keep this party rolling, baby.
Awesome. This is funny.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at Westchester University and the Broadway Theater in Pittman, New Jersey. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey Philly, it's quarterback Jalen Hurts and Window Nation's Harley. Hey Harley, what's the right play?
How about 0% interest for 5 full years?
What?
And get 50% off all style windows.
Oh right, it's halftime at Window Nation. Score new windows for your home at half price.
Save 50% on all style windows. And for a limited time, get 0% interest for 60 months.
That's why you should call my team, Window Nation, today.
Yeah, Jalen.
At 866-90-NATION or visit online at windownation.com.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Some good vibes this morning coming from Stalker with the music today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Kind of a nice little easy flow.
Yeah, I wanted to ease people into Monday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A little Steely Dan here. Hey,
Yeah.
19.
Nice job out of you.
Thank you.
Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. That will be great. Also this morning, we have to update you a tragic ending to the Georgia Beach story that we gave you last week. And then also some issues with the Biden administration, really pressure from all different corners, no matter which way Joe turns his head. GOP senators urging Joe Biden to severely restrict travel to China in wake of the latest with this, mysterious pneumonia that is going around, plaguing China, plaguing some areas in some counties in Ohio and Massachusetts. And then also, and this is, I think, what happens when you play identity politics, it comes back to bite you. Swing state Muslims are vowing to ditch the Democrats and Joe Biden in 2024. How will the administration kind of massage and finesse that one? Because they have to cater to the Muslim crowd, they have to cater to the Jewish crowd, and some would say they've catered to one more than the other over the last 7 or 8 weeks. So we'll get to that as we continue this morning. But I think lost in a lot of some of the Republican primary stuff that we've been talking about, whether it's the big lead that Trump has in the polls or coming off of DeSantis and Newsom last week, or the first 3 primary debates that we have seen, and again, the 4th one coming up on Wednesday night, is who Donald Trump should select to be his vice president. And The Hill had a pretty interesting breakdown ranking the candidates from most likely to least likely. And I actually disagree with the order. Now, I'm just going to give you the order really quickly, and then we'll have some comments as to why I disagree with this and how I would actually rank them. From most likely to least likely, they go with South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem.
That's least likely?
Most likely.
Oh, most likely. Okay.
Senator Tim Scott, Republican from South Carolina. Rep. Elise Stefanik from New York, 39 years old. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Florida Congressman Byron Donalds, Nikki Haley, who has really risen up the board, and many would say she's either tied with DeSantis or has firmly entrenched in the second spot. We know she leads Joe in some primary hypothetical or some general hypothetical polls by as much as 10 or 11 points. And then on down the list, you have Mike Pompeo, who just always seems to make a list, even though I don't think anybody really gives a hoot about Mike Pompeo. And then you have Vivek Ramaswamy and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Let me just kind of work my way back from back to front. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I would say no. I agree with that, least likely. Too much drama, too much theater with her. Vivek Ramaswamy, I really like, but it would be like two outsiders. Some people might like that. Some people might say that's a recipe for failure. Mike Pompeo, that's all I have to say about him. Nikki Haley, I would be on board with. I'd have no problem with. Byron Donalds is somebody that I have kind of touted for speaker. I've liked him in many facets. I was not even really thinking about him, but I would be 100% on board with him. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, to me, too much like Donald Trump. I don't think that is a good combination. I like Elise Stefanik, half of Donald Trump's age at 39 years old. I would be on board with that. Tim Scott, early on, I would say yes. Nowadays, I would say no. He did not impress me at all in any of the debates. Plus, he's going to be hanging out with Mindy for a while. They've got catching up to do. But Kristi Noem is a very interesting one. I think she is a very popular selection. But here's why I think it would be a deal breaker. She has enacted very significant abortion restrictions in her state. And if we've been talking about, here's the thing, we can't contradict ourselves. If we think Nikki Haley is spot on with the message for abortion and she frames it in the right way that we think is a little softer with the way it is delivered, then I don't think you can look at Kristi Noem, who is a big-time restrictor of abortion, and say that she would be the winning formula. I will defer to Dawn on the female front here. Let me ask you this, Dawn. If it was Nikki Haley and Kristi Noem, in your opinion, who makes the most sense for Donald Trump if we were just going with those two ladies? I think Nikki Haley would be the selection if it was up to me. But then again, I'm not Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think out of all of those, who is the most qualified? Hands down, Nikki Haley. She
Agreed.
is already a POTUS candidate. Makes a lot of sense because she's vetted in a way because of being a candidate, comes with a lot of money, comes with a lot of, and she was a Trump appointee, etc. I hate to even say this because I hate these rumors about Governor Kristi Noem, who was here stumping for Trump back in the day. I've met her at least once, if not twice, during those kinds of events. One for Trump for Women event and in Montgomery County. But there are those really nasty rumors that
she's stumping with Corey Lewandowski too. Yeah,
that she and Corey were stumping,
By
and
the
maybe
way,
more than stumping.
By the way, as somebody who knows some people, those rumors are true.
Ooh.
You can't say that.
Well, I'm
Stalker
from,
breaking news?
from what from what I've heard.
Stalker is reporting.
I'm just saying what I've heard.
Yeah.
And look, everybody hears this secondhand too.
A lot of people say Kristi Noem passes the test though from a loyalty standpoint.
I love it how Dawn, when there are people you like, you never believe anything bad about them. like just because it's somebody you like doesn't mean she can't have an affair.
Well, it's not that she would. It goes down to stupidity. And why Corey?
Well, but it's not like she was like pulling a Swalwell and sleeping with a Chinese spy,
or having a threesome.
Well, to each his own.
We digress.
Strength in numbers, I guess.
No,
Moms for threesomes.
She's a smart individual. She's a very smart individual, but people do stupid things. But the claim, and I'm not saying anything that is not out there. I mean, just this fall, I know the New York Post and everybody's done stories on it.
Mm-hmm.
They claim that she and Mr. and Mrs. Noem had an arrangement, or they separated, blah blah blah. But it just looks. It's sloppy, it's stupid, and it would be a reason that they just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
It's it's a piece of baggage that you don't need,
Right.
especially when
Since Trump has his own baggage.
right.
So,
His is-
in some ways, you really do want somebody that is qualified, that is polished, that maybe softens Trump's image, but you don't want to see that. And that's exactly why I don't want Marjorie Taylor Greene. Too much drama. Now, if you're asking me,
And she had an affair too.
Well, yeah. And
Jesus mighty, what is wrong with these
everybody
people?
sleeps with everybody.
Well, these people, it just shows you that they don't work hard enough.
Right.
Because some other people might be exhausted all the time. The fact that these people are having allegedly multiple, I don't know,
What is it with
romances
these
people?
What is it with these freaky deaky MAGA people?
Right?
My Lord.
I know.
They're having a lot of hoo-ha. I'm telling you, they don't work hard enough.
Republicans just want to get laid, and the Dems just want to go to Epstein Island. So it's just unbelievable.
So much for, the Republican Party that I grew up on was the, family values, hated everything that was sexual in nature, and now they're the ones having threesomes.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Well, it makes you, sometimes in my experience, the people who talk a big talk and are the ones who claim that they're all high and mighty, they're some of the worst offenders.
Right.
So I have no idea, but that's the problem here. It's consistency and what's the word of the year? Authenticity. So if you are somebody who says you are conservative and you say over and over that you support Christian family values, and then you are on the campaign trail away from your husband and your children, and you're allegedly, going around with a guy who I think he's also married or he was, it's messy, it's nasty, and people don't want that.
Yeah.
By the way, the person who is actually going to be his running mate is not even on the list.
Who you got?
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah, you've been on that for a while.
Yes.
I don't mind that. I don't hate that at all. I think she
it'd be fat. It would be the smartest.
It's not going to happen, though, is it?
Either Tulsi or an RFK Jr., which won't happen.
But Tulsi kind of epitomized. I mean, think about that. You go from being a Democrat to being a Republican. We've seen the mayor of Dallas flipped parties midterm from Democrat to Republican. That would be huge. Now, I mean, from a talk show standpoint, I mean, I don't know that Tulsi Gabbard really moves the needle a ton for me as far as thinking selfishly about this show. If I'm sitting here and thinking what would make for the best content on Kayal and Company, Vivek Ramaswamy, hands down, would be, to me, the guy that absolutely moves the needle for Trump's VP if we're looking at it from a talk show host standpoint. But Tulsi Gabbard would be a very interesting. By the way, the Tulsi Gabbard thing, is that a birthmark with the little gray streak in the hair, or is that dye? Is that like
no,
a
it's
style
not dye.
thing?
We've talked. Well, she says it was after she served in the military.
Okay.
But the one name, the person who we didn't talk about yet, who I love, is Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
She's on the list.
No, she's on the list.
Right, but we didn't discuss her.
Yeah.
She's fantastic. And she brings forth, what does she bring forth? The South. She brings forth the credibility of the family values, the conservative Christians. Who's her dad? Who's a preacher Huckabee, who was a POTUS candidate. Obviously, we know him. So she has the chops for it as a governor. She has done things like improve education big time. The teachers union actually likes her because she said, let's put the money in the classroom.
Right.
So she didn't go against the teachers in any way, shape, or form. She said, let's improve education. She actually got the teachers to support her in her state.
And she's got the experience of working hand in hand with Trump. Because before Kayleigh McEnany, there was Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
And she's solid. So I love her. I love her.
So you think she's going to be? You think it's going to be her?
I think that if to me personally,
we all agree it's going to be a woman though, which is interesting.
I do.
I think Sarah's the one.
You're on.
I'm on Team Sarah.
So Dawn's on Sarah. I'm on Tulsi, and you're on Nikki.
I'm between Nikki and Elise.
There's no chance it's gonna be Elise Stefanik.
Yeah,
it's probably Nikki.
And Elise is. I like Elise Stefanik, but she doesn't have the level of experience. Sarah Huckabee Sanders has executive experience. She has experience as a governor.
What if you want that young suburban mom, though? Isn't Elise Stefanik right in the demo that you're trying to
Sarah
win?
isn't much older.
Yeah, she's only 2 years older. One's 39 and one's 41.
No, and Sarah has the demeanor and the temperament. No, and Sarah, remember, you need somebody who can deliver the evangelical South.
Mm-hmm.
And so...
No, you don't. Trump
has the South.
Trump has them locked up.
Stefanik being from New York could be pivotal.
In my opinion, with the Roe v. Wade thing, he's cemented himself with the evangelicals.
I simply will say to you that Sarah smooths over a lot of wrinkles. And she's also being female. She gets around. We saw her deal with an enemy, devilish media, how she handled them. She handles herself very well, and she handles Trump very well.
She's very strong.
That's important too.
Trump needs help with. He's going to want to try for the African American, and the women is way more important than, in my opinion, the evangelicals or the South, because I think he has all of them locked up, or as many as he needs.
He's already gone from 8% to 22% support with the black community. So that's, I think, to your point,
if you believe these polls.
That's one I actually do.
Yeah, I do believe it, just because remember when they took him in to book him in Atlanta, and who lined the streets? African Americans lined the streets.
Well, let's also be real. 22% is a nice increase, but it's still 22%. There's still There's still 4 out of 5 African American voters out there that are like, no.
I find it hard to believe that he's going to go from 8 to 22.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
But I think there'll be an increase, but I don't think it's going to be that much.
But with all that said, I do love Sarah. I'm a huge fan. I believe someday she will be president of the United States of America. I love her. I love everything she's doing, and I love everything about her.
Who's got a better case of RBF? Sarah Sanders or Laura Ingraham? They both look like they're ready to just kill somebody. They both look so angry. They just have a scowl on their face. And maybe I read too much into that, but that's my criticism of many on the left, especially some of the and I know we're talking about candidates versus TV anchors, but that's why I say CNN's so unlikable. All of those females on that network look miserable. I always mention Dana Bash. She looks like she's ready to bash somebody's brains in every time she gets on the air.
Like that, what they call the resting face, and it's like the frowny face.
Yes.
2 days ago, there's a story on Friday. Representative Donald says he would be Trump's Veep if asked.
Oh, Byron Donalds, yeah.
Yes.
And I do love him, too.
Was he on the list?
Yes. Yes. He's my number. If you're talking about number one overall, for me, it's Donalds. If you're talking about going African-American, it's Donalds over Tim Scott. And if you're talking female, for me, it would be Nikki Haley. So that's kind of how I have those. One thing I think we can guarantee, it's not going to be a white man. There's not going to be Trump is not going white man.
Yeah.
He's either going female or minority.
I would agree with that. Unless it's RFK Jr.
Unless Pence comes back and crawls on his face and says, "I'm sorry."
No, he's done. He's not. That's not going to happen.
All right, well,
but I just think Donald's, the other problem is he's from Florida. And so what do they always, I do love him, but he's.
Florida's red as hell right now. You've got Florida.
Yeah.
I mean, Trump's polling higher than DeSantis in his own state. So, all right, there you go. 7:50. Let's get to it. Better late than never. A Monday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Listen, they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sales and lease options. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Now is a perfect time to get that. By the way, this is my. There's a lot of people in the chat. Kenneth writes Trump's VP will be Nikki Haley.
That's probably right.
Well, okay. Here's Trump in Iowa over the weekend. Cut 12, Phil. Go.
And we just had a poll, 22% and 25%. We had another poll that was really incredible. We had a poll that came out today where we're at 69, and DeSanctimonious is at 9, and Nikki Haley is at Birdbrain is at 7. And the rest of them are in the like at 1 and 2 and a couple of at 0. At some point, the zeros are going to get out. The 1 and 2 still have potential, right? A lot of potential. So anyway,
let me just say this.
Birdbrain.
This is there's two things.
You're going to make Birdbrain your VP?
I love the Birdbrain nickname, but I can also separate the fact that he's, throwing a jab at somebody that's trying to take his job. While also, I think at the end of the day, he probably really does actually like Nikki Haley and would absolutely consider her despite using Birdbrain.
Nope.
You don't think so?
I do not.
Why?
I hate the Birdbrain thing.
Oh, I figured you would. Why? Most females probably are because they probably think it's an insult to a lady. Right? Am I reading into this correctly, Dawn?
I don't even. I forget why the bird. It's not one of his better nicknames anyway.
Yeah, she's been on record saying like, I don't care that he insults me, but it's not even funny.
I would consider it a badge of honor. Like if Trump gives you a nickname, I would.
Bird brain though. Like where did that come from?
Yeah, I don't know.
Because of because remember they sent her. Oh no.
No, they took a bird cage to her hotel.
Right. That's right.
But the bird brain was established before that. I don't know why he calls her bird brain.
See, that's why it's not funny.
Okay. I think they're all funny. The Sanctus, the Sanctimonious, Bird Brain.
Like Rocket Man, that was one of the best ones.
Sloppy Chris Christie. I love all of his nicknames. He's the only guy that can pull this off with these nicknames that are very sophomoric. They're very childish. And yet here I am, a 40-year-old man, and I giggle when I hear them.
By the way, there's a poll up on the YouTube chat right now. Who will be Trump's VP? The choices are Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard, Byron Donalds, or Tim Scott.
Okay.
Nikki Haley, not even one of those? Okay.
Well.
All right. Right now, Sarah Huckabee Sanders is winning.
Can only go 4. I think you can only go 4 on a poll.
Oh.
I think that's the
Well, I would have taken out Tim Scott and put in.
Yeah. Tim Scott, by
Nikki
the way,
Haley.
when he left the race, he did not endorse anybody.
Did he get engaged to his girlfriend yet?
I think him and Mindy are spending the holidays together.
Mindy?
Yeah.
They may be spending the holidays with Cory Booker.
They're going to be hitting the slopes.
All right. Well, Dawn doesn't think the bird brain is funny, but I think we can all agree this is funny. I saw this. Actually, kudos to Patty, who's become like our associate producer. She actually finds better clips than our own producers do. So maybe she can.
Stocker's going to add her to the payroll.
Maybe she can apply for a job here. This was sent to us in by listener Patty, as I said. This is Mike Cuscio. He, you know the song "When a Man Loves a Woman"?
Yeah. When a man loves a woman.
He redid it for a live studio audience, and here's how that goes. Cut 13, guys. Go.
When a man or a woman or a transgender loves a woman or a man or a transgender can't keep his or her or her mind on nothing else. He or she or ze'll trade the world for the good thing he or she or ze found. If she or he or ze is bad, he or she or ze can't see it. She or he or ze can't do no wrong. Turn his or her or her back on his or her or her best friend. If he or she or ze puts him or her or her down. When a man or a woman or a transgender loves a woman or a man or a transgender, spend his or her or her very last dime.
It's hard to do.
Yeah, it is.
Trying to hold on to what he or she or ze needs.
A lot of rehearsing.
Yeah.
He or she or ze'll give up all his or her comforts.
Everybody clap.
Come on. By the way, I think this guy's German or something.
That's the way it ought to be. Well, this man or a woman or a transgender loves a woman or a man or a transgender non-binary. And I gave you everything I've got. Ooh, baby. Baby är också ganska nedsättande faktiskt.
Yeah, I don't know what he said there.
He's going German.
Yeah.
Person trying to hold on to your precious love. So baby, the person, please don't treat me bad. When a man or a woman or a transgender or non-binary loves a woman or a man or a transgender or non-binary.
You're working in the binaries now.
He or she or ze can bring him or her or here such misery. If she or he or ze plays him or her or here for a fool, he or she or ze'll be the last one to know. Because love and ice don't ever see.
There you go.
That's really well done. I would actually
was.
argue when we go to cut sheets moving forward where we play a TikTok clip, that should be the official intro music of anything from TikTok because it usually encompasses the trans community. That's number one. Number two, this artist obviously is unaware that the trans community is under attack, so shame on him for having fun. And lastly, number three, by the way, the guitar's a good look. Like,
It is.
I truly regret at this point in my life having not taken up the guitar and gotten lessons and learned to play the guitar. I would argue that if you play the guitar as a single man, you can pick up a lot of chicks that way.
Or a piano.
Yeah, or a piano.
Yeah, piano too.
Piano.
Yes.
I'm a drummer. I've been playing drums since I was 12 years old.
But did you take music lessons?
I did. I took drum lessons. Actually, from one of the best jazz drummers in the area that you and I grew up in.
Cool.
Nick. So like I have a kid at home. I don't play a ton. My son just goes there and bangs on him. Yeah. But I told my wife, I said, in the next couple of years, I need to take guitar lessons.
Yeah.
It's something else I want to.
There's many days where I wish I didn't pick up the golf itch and learn how to golf 10 years ago and went guitar instead.
Yeah.
Well, you could still go.
Yeah.
The family is not going to move here quite yet.
Right. End of May.
So you could.
As of now. Schedule slip. Card subject to change, as they say in the wrestling industry.
You don't make the wife mad again.
Yeah, no,
Just
exactly.
be nice.
Right.
Send flowers more often. But maybe you could learn the guitar for her. And sing, some nice little songs.
Or I could play the piano.
Play the piano?
Yeah.
Right?
The piano comes with a tip jar, too, right? You put the little jar on top. It'd be a nice little move by me. By the way, when you were a drummer, Stalker, did you have the drum set in your house with your parents?
I did.
Were you that guy that kept the neighbors up at midnight on a Friday just banging away?
We used to practice in my basement, and then my parents were like, "Get out." So we found a friend of mine had a garage that was not attached to his house.
Right.
So that's where we used to play.
And then you bought the Shaggin' Wagon van to throw the drums in the back, basically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I remember you told us the story last week about the van.
Shaggin' Wagon. Yeah. All right, enough about my history.
I think Stalker's youth is very entertaining.
Yes.
I think the audience is compelled to hear about your story.
Amen.
You should do a special on Vice before he was a brand manager.
Scott Gottlieb was on Face the Nation. By the way, I didn't realize this, Dawn. Did you see this? Scott Gottlieb is now a board member for Pfizer.
No.
Yeah. Oh, this is.
Yeah. He was on Face the Nation because, we're talking about flu season, COVID now, this new pneumonia that's coming up. How scared should we be? He was on Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan, and this is what he said. Cut one, guys, go.
What should we be bracing for this season?
Cold weather.
Yeah, we're probably looking at a more typical winter pathogen season than what we've seen in past years. There was a very dense epidemic of respiratory syncytial virus noted at the top in the south. That's now abating. We're seeing it spread to the northeast right now and other parts of the country. That's an infection that affects little children particularly hard and older adults. Thankfully, there's some treatments available and some ways to protect infants that people can take advantage of this year. With respect to flu has started later than it did last year. It's predominantly flu A. The vaccine does appear to cover it well, and the vaccination rates have been quite good this year. About 38% of adults and children have been vaccinated for flu. There's no reason to believe that we're going to have a worse flu season than what we've seen in past years, and probably, hopefully, less than what we saw last year, where we saw a very dense and early epidemic of flu. With COVID, cases right now are less than what they were last year at this point of time. We're averaging about 600,000 cases a day based on some modeling work that has been done off of wastewater. And the predominant strain that's increasing in prevalence is the BA.286 strain, the one we talked about a couple of months ago that spread through parts of Europe. And a particular variant of that called JN1 that does appear to spread more easily. There's no reason to believe that it's more dangerous than previous strains of COVID. And people who've been vaccinated with the new variant vaccine or who had a recent COVID infection should have some protection against this new variant.
Some protection against this new variant. Very interesting, and maybe I'm off base a little bit here, but the theme of that to me was a Pfizer board member not sounding the alarm. Very interesting. I would figure a Pfizer board member would have been pimping everything under the sun.
Well, he did make claims there to get your flu vaccine and.
But have we learned nothing from Dope Sick? Remember Dope Sick when we all watched it, right, with Michael Keaton, and based on what happened with Purdue Pharma, which, by the way, goes before the Supreme Court today, and that's a major ruling the Supreme Court is now going to look at. But you think about this, Scott Gottlieb, doctor, FDA commish, worked for the FDA for years, and whoops, there he is on a board.
Yeah.
And whoops.
Funny how that works.
And so this is what they do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go from one camp to another, line their pockets. Although I was thinking about this when he mentioned the flu, and he said 38% of Americans have been vaccinated for this year's flu. I'm trying to think as an adult now in the last, because I can't. I mean, there's very few things. I mean, there's some things I remember about as a kid, but I can't remember how many times I had the flu as a kid. But I'm 39. I'll be 40 in January. 3 years removed from the pandemic. So the last 19, 20 years, I don't know that I've had the flu more than 2 or 3 times in 20 years.
I've never had it.
Yeah, like, and it had nothing to do. I don't think. I mean, I've probably had a flu shot 3 times in my life. Just to
I never had a flu shot, and I got one when my son was born because the pediatrician told us to.
Yeah.
And I'm more inclined to do it now because my son is disgusting and brings home every known germ to mankind. So I'm sure he's going to bring home the flu at some point.
Mm-hmm.
But if it was just me and my wife, I wouldn't.
See, I'm the opposite. Since the pandemic and since the COVID shot did not do what it was supposed to do, which was prevent you from getting it and prevent you from spreading it, I'm less inclined than ever to get the flu shot. And, pre-pandemic, let's just say it was 2014. Like, I might have gotten a flu shot, like, as I was going into the grocery store or, a pharmacy, and it says, get your flu shot. And I looked at Kristen, and I'm like, you want to get a flu shot? Like, that was like the mindset back then. Moving forward, I'm not getting any of them, to be honest.
Chris Christie was on Face the Nation as well.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
And everybody is like, now there's a new report out this morning that he might not be on the ballot in Maine because he doesn't have enough signatures or something like that. But he says that anybody who's predicting any sort of election outcome is just shooting in the dark because nobody knows because polls aren't correct. So he's sticking with this fact that he does believe that he can make a surprise victory. Governor Chris Christie on with Margaret Brennan, Face the Nation, cut 2, go.
Look, this field has already consolidated more than any non-incumbent field in this century, Margaret. Back this time, 8 years ago, we had 13 candidates still in the race. At this time back, in 2011, we had 8 candidates in the race. And this time back in 2007, we had 9 candidates in the race. And so this field has consolidated significantly, and I suspect it will consolidate more after folks vote in Iowa and New Hampshire.
But isn't it a little bit different that you have the 45th president of the United States running, a known entity who has this automatic platform? It's just a different model. It's a different case.
Yeah, the other thing that makes it different in Margaret is he's got 91 counts of an indictment against him. The day before Super Tuesday, he's going to start a criminal trial where his former chief of staff and one of the founders of the Freedom Caucus is going to testify that he committed crimes on his watch and was directed to commit crimes by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things different about this, and that's why anybody trying to predict this is just shooting in the dark.
But why hasn't that turned off the GOP electorate? When you look at CBS polling and others, he is leading, as you know. And then, I mean, you've made clear when some of the other competitors are using really harsh rhetoric that you think that should disqualify them. Why hasn't that extreme rhetoric turned the GOP off of these other candidates either?
Well, look, first off, I don't think you know exactly what's going to happen at all until people vote. Look, if we listen to all the polling, Margaret, Hillary Clinton would be in her 2nd term. So I don't believe that polling is nearly as reliable as it used to be, and I don't believe that people tell the truth to pollsters.
Mm-hmm.
And so at the end of the day, everybody's trying to make these decisions now. Are just wrong. Let's remember something. In the Republican primary in 2007, you know who was winning at this time in 2007? Mitt Romney. You know who was winning at this time in 2011? Newt Gingrich. And winning this time in 2015 was Ben Carson. I don't remember any of those presidencies, Margaret. So, in my view, we can't worry about that kind of stuff. What we need to worry about is the direction this country is going in. And most people don't agree with it. And if you don't agree with the direction of the country, why would you vote for either Trump or Biden, who have put us in this direction?
Well, the reason you would vote for Trump is because from 2017 to 2019, we were doing pretty darn well until all hell broke loose in 2020. This is one of those things where I think 2 things are true at the same time. I agree with Christie that, polls have been wrong a lot lately. We always say take polls with a grain of salt. I actually think he might be onto something where he says people lie to the pollsters. But it's funny how he's using the inaccuracy of the polls to kind of create this self-belief that he still technically has a shot. He's got absolutely 0 shot. And this is probably going to be the fourth and final primary debate coming up on Wednesday night.
Does he make the debate stage?
I'm looking at it right now. I actually DuckDuckGo'd it during the break. There are all 5 back again this week. Nikki Haley, Vivek, Christie, DeSantis, and who's the 5th one? I'm drawing a blank on now. Nikki, DeSantis, Christie,
Vivek.
So it's 4. 4.
I don't know.
Ron DeSantis, Chris Christie, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley. Am I missing a 5th? I thought there was a 5th at the last debate because DeSantis was the middle person. He kept looking to his right and looking to his left. Who am I drawing a blank on here? My brain just shut off.
So I'm looking at this. So they say the latest poll, DeSantis and Nikki Haley are neck and neck for second place in the latest News Nation Decision Desk HQ poll, whatever the heck that is.
Oh, 5 candidates were at the last one. Tim Scott dropped out.
That's right.
So we're down to 4. That's correct.
So Vivek got the 6%. Chris Christie, I don't know how Chris Christie made it though. He got 3% in this one, but I guess overall, he made it. So,
Oh, I got to imagine. Well, do we see anybody else dropping out? I mean, right now, Vivek seems firmly committed to this whole thing.
DeSantis will be out after Iowa when he doesn't make a big show in Iowa.
It's just embarrassing.
Boy, if you would have told me DeSantis would drop out before Christie, what would the odds on that be? My God, you got to get 10,000 to 1 on your money for that.
Speaking of DeSantis, he was on Meet the Press. The House moved forward with a Biden impeachment inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
He actually brings up an interesting point. He says that the Republicans shouldn't use the Biden impeachment inquiry as a Trojan horse. And we'll get your reaction to what he's saying here. Cut 3, guys, go.
Let me ask you about a development on Capitol Hill. Speaker Mike Johnson says he believes he has the votes to open an impeachment inquiry into President Biden and that he has a duty to hold such a vote. But let me ask you, do you think Republicans run the risk of having that move potentially backfire and emboldening President Biden as he heads into a re-election year if they move to impeach him?
So here's what I think. I think that the Biden family, the amount of money that's flowed into that family, to me, is corrupt. I think that it's not been explained in ways that make any sense. And so opening an inquiry based on the facts that we have, I think would be justifiable. However, I think they run the risk of doing an inquiry that doesn't necessarily lead anywhere while they've been ignoring a lot of the problems that our voters are talking about. When I'm going through Iowa, Republican voters obviously are not fond of Joe Biden. Yes, they're concerned about Hunter and all this money, but they're more concerned about what's happening at our border. They're more concerned about what's happening with the economy. They're more concerned about federal agencies that are overstepping their bounds. And so if you're doing the inquiry, which again I think is justifiable, you also have to be addressing all these other issues. And I think that there's a feeling out here that they're not focused on the key issues that they wanted to see addressed. Clearly on the budget, there's been no progress on that. So make sure you're not ignoring all these other issues and don't use that inquiry as kind of a Trojan horse to not then meet your responsibilities on all these other things.
So I agree with DeSantis on all of that, except for the fact, and except for what Kristen Welker tries to allude to, that this could backfire and boost Joe Biden, because the reality is this. I've got this poll in front of me from Interactive Polls. It is the 538 Nate Silver's website. His net approval rating at this time, 1,045 days into office. And they took the net favorability ratings and approval ratings at the same point of other presidents' third year in office in our lifetime. I want to go through these really quick because I think this shows you just how unlikable Joe is and how I don't think there's anything that Republicans can do to make Joe become more likable. Eisenhower had a plus 64.5% net favorability rating. H.W. Bush plus 20.5%. Truman plus 16.7%. Reagan plus 13.7%. G.W. Bush plus 11.5%. Clinton plus 11.1%. Johnson plus 8.3%. Now you get to the negatives. Obama, negative 5.4%. Trump, negative 12.9%. Carter, negative 14.2%. And Joe Biden, negative 16.6%. After 1,045 days, Joe Biden is the least liked president in probably anybody listening right now in their lifetime. Impeachment inquiries don't boost that negative number.
Agreed.
Joe is unlikable.
Agreed. You're 100% correct.
This is not going to change Joe's numbers.
Yep. Yeah, they need to get in there and do stuff for the American people.
I agree.
If you're going to put out an ad telling people when to vote, you might want to remember to do it on the right day.
That would help.
So, as you guys know, that there is a runoff vote for Houston mayor in Houston, Texas, between Sheila Jackson Lee and Texas Senator John Whitmire.
Okay.
In the ad shows Jackson Lee touting her record and declaring that if we're going to bring down crime, fix our streets, and bring good-paying jobs here, then Houston needs a champion who's ready to fight for what's right. And I am. The ad ends with a graphic telling voters to vote on December 7th or earlier.
Okay.
There's just one problem, which is pointed out by the political ad tracker Medium Buying. That's not the right date. The election is actually happening on Saturday, December 9th, excuse me.
Oops.
Oh, boy.
Just upside down.
Yeah. Here's the ad. Go over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see it, because you can see the wrong date. Cut 14, guys, go.
Houston, I've spent my entire career fighting for you. From fighting to keep our kids safe from guns when I was on city council, to my days in Congress fighting to protect women's reproductive freedom, and for funding for our police, schools, and small businesses. Now I'm running to be your mayor, because if we're going to bring down crime, fix our streets, and bring good-paying jobs here, then Houston needs a champion who's ready to fight for what's right. And I am.
Vote on December 7th, on or before December 7th.
Yeah, something slipped through the cracks there in the editorial process for the 73-year-old Democrat. So my guess is it wasn't her that did that. She is Yale educated, has her JD from Virginia, but the Democrat slipped up there.
Well, let me ask you guys a question.
She's only 48 hours off, though.
I mean, can you imagine? Wow. How inept. Oh my God, how inept! But
you have to fire somebody, right?
But if you look at this from what did that dude who had those Hillary Clinton memes? He went to jail for something like this. Now, mind you, it was the other side, but it was for quote unquote election interference by telling Democrats to text a number and vote for Hillary Clinton, which was wrong.
Right.
Well, this is telling people to vote on the wrong day.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
And you said it's what, December 9th is the official date, actually?
Yep.
Yeah. Somebody's got to have there's got to be a head on the chopping block today for that.
Let's go to cut 15 here. This is State of the Union on CNN with Dana Bash. Democratic Representative Pramila Jayapal was on discussing what's happening in Israel. And, we brought this up last week about the horrendous crimes, that have been committed by Hamas, raping women and all that other nonsense. So, where are the women's groups? Where are these
Where's Me Too?
Progressive women's groups, thank you, that are speaking out about this? Dana presses Jayapal about this, and she gives this word salad answer. We have to be balanced about bringing in the outrages against Palestinians, and it's never a let's condemn this period full stop. It's always these about this and war crimes in Israel and this, that, and the other. This is what she said on State of the Union, cut 15, go.
I've seen a lot of progressive women, generally speaking, they're quick to defend women's rights and speak out against using rape as a weapon of war, but downright silent on what we saw on October 7th and what might be happening inside Gaza right now to these hostages. Why is that?
I mean, I don't know that that's true. I think we always talk about the impact of war on women in particular. In fact, I remember 20 years ago I did a petition around the war in Iraq.
Have you said saying
that?
Have you talked about it since October 7th?
Absolutely, and I've condemned what
Absolutely.
Hamas has done. I've condemned
Specifically
all
against
of
women?
the actions. Absolutely, the rape, of course. But I think we have to remember that Israel is a democracy. That is why they are a strong ally of ours. And if they do not comply with international humanitarian law, they are bringing themselves to a place that makes it much more difficult strategically for them to be able to build the kinds of allies, to keep public opinion with them. And frankly, morally, I think we cannot say that one war crime deserves another. That is not what international humanitarian law says.
Okay, with respect, I was just asking about the women, and you turned it back to Israel.
Yep.
I'm asking you about Hamas. In fact,
I already answered your question, Dana. I said it's horrific, and I think that rape is horrific, sexual assault is horrific. I think that it happens in war situations. Terrorist organizations like Hamas obviously are using these as tools. However, I think we have to be balanced about bringing in the outrages against Palestinians. 15,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli airstrikes, three-quarters of whom are women and children.
And it's horrible, but you don't see Israeli soldiers raping
well, Dana, I
Palestinian
think
women.
we're not, I don't want this to be the hierarchy of oppression.
No. So a squad. She's a squad member, right? She's a squad dem. So they have created the pyramid of victimization and oppression. That's what identity politics is all about. And she doesn't want to get into it. So Jaya Powell is a pal for females unless it's an Israeli female that is being savagely raped and killed and beheaded by somebody from Hamas. It's, if you're Dana Bash and you're saying, how can I alienate my audience even further and get even lower ratings? Who's the most unlikable person? Well, okay, maybe Omar Ilhan's not available. Let's get Jaya Powell on. She really went there at the end, too, with the oppression and the victimization. Yeah, I love how that word balance. They're so worried about finessing and coddling on both sides. There's a right side and there's a wrong side.
Yep.
It's just, where are we at? December. We're coming up on 2 months now. This happened on October 7th. It's almost December 7th.
Yep, a day that'll live in infamy.
Live in infamy, right? Or as Miguel Cardona would say, a day that will live in infamous. I'm sure he'll butcher that one, too.
Speaking of what's happening in the Middle East, John Kirby made his rounds on these Sunday shows. How many Americans are still being held hostage in Gaza? I think it's a very good question. George Stephanopoulos asked this on ABC This Week. Cut 6 here, Phil. Go.
What exactly do we know about how many hostages remain, particularly Americans?
Well, particularly on Americans, we think the number is about 8. We don't have perfect visibility on where they all are. We certainly don't have perfect visibility on their physical or mental condition. We're trying to do that as best we can, but it's about 8. And now we also believe that the total population left is somewhere in the neighborhood of about 140.
About 8.
Okay, about 8. Very interesting how they can't seem to, and I get it. They don't have certain diplomatic relations, as they like to say in the industry, with Hamas. So you have to rely on your intel and their sources on the ground and things like that. But it almost seems like the American lives are secondary to this administration with this camp. With this entire situation that is now going on for 8 weeks, it's kind of like, yeah, we got some people over there. We're doing our best, and we got a couple of hours left, and there's still a day or two that could go by, and we'll fill you in. About 8.
Speaking of hostages and negotiations to get them out of there, Kamala Harris, our vice president, who was in the United Arab Emirates over the weekend for the COP28 summit. We'll have a few clips from her and John Kerry from that summit coming up. But she was asked about the hostage negotiations, and whereas John Kirby gave a very quick answer, she did not. The reporter asks, how would you describe the state of the hostage negotiations today, and can you provide any reassurance in the next few days for the release of additional hostages? And this was her answer. Cut 8, guys, go.
How did Twitter describe the state of hostage negotiations during your call today, and did they provide any reassurance of truth in the next few days for the release of additional hostages?
So I'm not going to reveal the details of the conversation, but I did speak with the Emir, and the work and their commitment to this work is ongoing, as is ours, and our work is ongoing to support some ability to reopen the pause and to have a deal going forward where there will be a pause so that we can get hostages out and get aid in.
You know she's lying or has no idea when she repeats the same words over and over and over again.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I guess it comes down to how you like your nothing burgers. Do you like your nothing burger short, quick, and in a hurry like John Kirby gives you? Or do you like it more drawn out and elongated like Kamala likes to do?
Their commitment to this work is ongoing, as is ours, and our work is ongoing to support some ability to reopen the pause and to have a deal going forward where there will be a pause so that we can hostage out and get aid in.
Yeah,
hostages out.
She's a big fan of the pause button. Don't watch a movie on DVR with Kamala. She hits the pause button a lot.
No idea.
She has nothing. Do you think she even had the conversation with who she just mentioned?
No. No.
Wow.
Going over to Meet the Press, John Kirby was on there as well, talking about this new report. The New York Times had a report that said that Israel had this intelligence about this Hamas attack like months before it was supposed to happen. Shades of 9/11.
I thought I saw even up to a year was the way it was framed. But
yeah. John Kirby addressed this, and if the United States intelligence community, since they're kind of interlocked with Israel, if they were aware of it, cut 5, guys, go.
John, I have to ask you about this New York Times reporting, which found that Israeli officials received Hamas's specific attack plan over a year ago.
Oh, wow.
Was the United States aware of this intelligence? And if not, why not?
The intelligence community has indicated that they did not have access to this document. There's no indications at this time that they had any access to this document beforehand.
Should they have, given how closely U.S. and Israeli intelligence officials coordinate or are supposed to coordinate?
Intelligence is a mosaic, and sometimes, you can fashion things together and get a pretty good picture. Other times, that there's pieces of the puzzle that are missing. As I said, our own intelligence community said that they've looked at this. They have no indications at this time that they had any advance warning of this document or any knowledge of it.
John, very quickly, was this a failure on the part of Israeli intelligence and U.S. intelligence?
I think there's going to be a time and a place for Israel to do that sort of forensic work. I mean, Prime Minister Netanyahu's already spoken pretty candidly about this and calling it, a failure on their part. They'll take a look at this at the right time. They need to do that. Right now, though, the focus has got to be on making sure that they can eliminate this truly genocidal threat to the Israeli people.
All right.
Don't worry, John. I'll answer the question for you. Yes, it was an intelligence failure on Israel's front first and foremost, and then secondarily the United States. And do you think the American people or the Jewish people or anybody that lost a family member or loved one wants to hear intelligence is a mosaic? Do you really think that resonates with anybody that lost somebody?
Yeah, it does not.
Like, really?
Yeah.
Well, intelligence it's kind of arbitrary. It's it's in the eye of the beholder. It's a little bit of data here, but it's not absolute. Okay.
Going back to Kamala Harris in the United Arab Emirates, she was asked about the Palestinian Authority. Now, what she's saying here is that we have to revitalize the Palestinian Authority, get Hamas out, and let the Palestinians take over. I have some huge questions and some huge issues with that.
Yeah.
But this was her saying this over the weekend. Cut 10, guys, go.
Well, as I said, we have to revitalize the Palestinian Authority, which means giving the support that is necessary for good governance, understanding that on the issues that must be resolved as we think of a plan for the day after, it is about good governance, which will bring transparency and accountability to the people of Gaza and the West Bank. It's also about what we need to do to recognize there must be some plan for security for the region, and I suspect as a plan develops, it will take into account interim and then longer term. And finally, what we must do in terms of rebuilding Gaza and a commitment to that.
Okay, so she wants to reinstall the Palestinian government. She's basically equating the Palestinian government to the Boy Scouts.
By the way, how is that going to work out for the Israelis. You know what I mean? Like this is not.
It's no win for the Israelis. I mean, it's better than Hamas. But if you think the Palestinian government is just going to be like Canada all of a sudden, you're sadly mistaken.
Canada.
Yeah, I don't see this. I don't see this working out for them at all. So I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, I know where the administration is coming from.
Mhm.
You know, they can't get through a sentence. They can't express remorse and love for the Israelis without also bringing up, war crimes and what's happening in Gaza now is horrendous.
That's correct.
It's I don't know. I just don't think that this is the best solution.
Yeah,
but
I agree. It's nauseating, actually. 855-839-1210. Actually, so nauseating that I have to go use the facility. So we'll take a quick break.
Oh, man.
That'll
look
do
at
it.
you.
No, I'm just kidding. That was a planned ending. The cut sheet round 1 in the books. Part 2 coming up a little bit later in the 9 o'clock hour this morning after we get through our buddy Harry Mays, who will join us at 9:30. We'll come back. We'll get to Dawn's Big 3 at 8, as well as one of the greatest pro-American rants you will ever hear. Dana White from UFC. If you don't like it, get the heck out of here. And I couldn't agree more. We're back after this. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As the weather gets colder, the NFL offers stay hot on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. Looking ahead to the Eagles-Dallas game on Sunday, 8:20 Sunday night football. Right now, it's the Cowboys -3 in the money line. Eagles +150. I'm going to take the Eagles money line on this. They burned me yesterday. They're not going to do it a second time. $5. And you can win $150 in bonus bets when the Eagles win. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg, and sign up right now. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT and the NFL. 21 and over, present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. The holiday season is upon us, and I want you to think about getting yourself a gift this year. That's right. Give yourself the gift of a gorgeous smile. Come on, you deserve it. Book an appointment today with my friend, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. I've been telling you about Dr. Mike for years, and as you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Veneria. The level of care and commitment to dental excellence that Dr. Mike and his staff delivers to every patient is unmatched. He's been delivering results that surpass expectations, and that's made him a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. So, if you've been on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Veneria today. You have a choice, a clear choice for you and your family, and you deserve a beautiful smile. Come on, a smile says so much to the world. You won't be disappointed. 2 locations to serve you, Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Schedule your free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Hi, I'm Jade, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the savoriness of the sausage, the fluffiness of the egg, and the butteriness of the biscuit. It's amazing. The perfect start to my day.
Hi, everyone. It's Justin. A little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit is the fluffy egg, the melted cheese, and the sizzling sausage. It's the start to your morning that you didn't know you need.
Order a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com. Make the hiring process work for you. With Indeed's end-to-end hiring solution, you can attract, interview, and hire candidates all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Holy Rosary Regional School on Walton Road in Plymouth Meeting on Saturday, February 3rd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Be sure to follow Blog Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company as we continue live here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons as we try to get to 6,000 subscribers before the Christmas break, which is just about 2 weeks away this Friday, before you know it.
I can't believe we're here already, by the way.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, by the way, if you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the like button. We're at 92 likes. I want to get to 100 likes, so please hit the like button. And if you have not done so, yes, please hit the subscribe button. Very important that we get to that 6,000 mark.
That's correct. All right, coming up in a little bit this morning, we've got our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. We've got a $50 gift card for Wendy's to give away.
What time is that?
9:20.
Okay.
Get your burgers, get your fries, get your the Frosty.
Yeah,
been a
Frosty.
couple of years since I had a Frosty. And also Harry Mays will join us at 9:30. A couple of things we'll get into with him from the weekend as the Eagles lost to the 49ers. Roger Goodell wants to ban the tush push. We'll also get his thoughts on Dom, the security guard, being ejected as he got into that little skerfuffle with the 49ers linebacker. DeSantis sticking his nose in college football playoff politics, and Dana White on his latest pro-USA rant. So that is coming up. And then also, I think, a very interesting conversation, and you heard a few of the squad Dems in the cut sheet this morning with the Israel-Hamas conflict and that war that's going on. So some swing state Muslims are vowing to ditch Joe Biden, which I think is very interesting if you think about some of the battlegrounds that are out there for Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And does ditching Joe Biden mean you vote Trump, or do you just kind of sit it out?
That's a great question. That is a great question.
If you sit it out, it's, if you go the other side, then it's obviously much more impactful.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I could see it. It's going to be interesting to see what that article says. I would assume that they would just sit it out.
Yeah, we will see. And then also GOP senators giving Joe Biden and the administration the business about not a ban, but severely restricting travel to China in light of this mysterious pneumonia that continues to go around. So we will get to all of that as we continue this morning, plus an update from Georgia on our Georgia lady from the beach last week. That's all still ahead. But right now, we get to Dawn Stenzlin at 8:36 for a Dawn Stenzlin Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, and our Big 3 at 8, we are sponsored this morning by Wawa this morning in our Big 3 at 8. So, number one, let's talk about something that's happening in Pennsylvania. We told you on Friday that there was a report that a water authority had been hacked by those foreign hackers from Iran. The word is now that 3 members of Congress are asking the U.S. Justice Department to investigate this. And this is of grave concern, as they say that a municipal water authority, and granted, it was not in Philadelphia, it was actually in the Pittsburgh area, but this is a major utility that was hacked, traced back to some kind of a hacking terror group, cyber guerrilla group they're calling, tied to the Iranian government. And this is according to multiple reports.
Well, you know what now, Dawn? It all makes sense. Remember, I was in Nashville 2 weeks ago, and I had no water to flush the toilet when I got the food poisoning. I think I had Iranian hackers in my Nashville hotel. We've cracked the case.
Well, it's a serious situation, and I don't know what's more serious, the hacking Or the poor person who had to clean up that hotel room.
That is correct. I feel bad for that individual. I do.
Yikes.
Yes. What's worse, losing one of your utilities or losing your internet? This should be a poll question. Because Americans panic when the internet goes down in their house and they don't know what to do and they have to talk to their family.
You can always go to the neighboring coffee shop, but
That's
when
true.
you lose your water,
Yeah.
then you can't flush toilets.
Yeah.
That's pretty nasty.
I agree. First-hand knowledge here.
Number two, we look to the Supreme Court of the United States of America taking up a case today that we've talked a lot about. And the case is whether or not the Supreme Court, is taking on this highest profile bankruptcy case in recent memory. It's not the bankruptcy. It's whether or not they will or won't approve the OxyContin maker Purdue Pharma's controversial deal that would give billions of dollars to victims of the opioid epidemic, but it would protect members of the Sackler family who own the company from any current or future civil lawsuits related to the opioid crisis.
So once again, we're protecting essentially Big Pharma here.
Well, your point is exactly why so many were outraged and protesters were outraged.
Yeah.
So it was initially approved by a New York court, and that was what we talked about last spring, May, June-ish, that they approved it, and then it made its way up to now, teed it up for the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So what will they do in this? It's a bankruptcy case, but that's obviously not what it's all about. It's,
right.
Can this family independent, it was family owned, and they cut the deal so that they remain billionaires, ultimately.
Of course. Yeah. Although I do think it's not necessarily apples to apples, but when you think about Big Pharma with COVID shots and vaccines, I think there's a difference that needs to be mentioned between liability for something like that versus liability versus something like Oxy. I mean, I think it's pretty well known that can result in your death, whereas the COVID shot, even though that could certainly trigger death or heart issues, not necessarily. This is more apples to oranges if you're trying to compare the two.
Yes. And we, so number three, I have to go with trending most this morning is Philadelphians supporting Dom, not our own Dom Giordano. Giordano. God, can I talk today? Dom Giordano, not Dom, our Dom here at WPHT, but Eagles Dom, who's the head of security.
The Eagles!
Yes, thank you. And ultimately, many saying that he faces sanction because of what happened at last night's game.
God.
So discussing that, because apparently there are rules and bylaws and all of that, as far as if you're on the sidelines, if you're on the coaching staff, or if you're on the security staff, if you're a player, there are different rules for different roles. And so, the question is, will some of the players or will they also get a financial fine? What are the rules of the game?
Without having read all of the fine print, I probably believe there's different rules for players and coaches separating players versus a security guard separating players. I would assume, and I'm just whistling into the wind here, that security guards, it's full green light for fans if they run on the field, from a security risk from those in attendance versus the players. But if you watch that transpire last night, he barely touched Dre Greenlaw. I thought the more egregious, and I'm not trying to be a homer here, but I thought the more egregious thing was the 49er linebacker essentially getting his hand to make contact with Dom's face. Because they threw both of them out of the game last night, the player and the security guard.
Yeah, so, that's essentially what people are saying, that it's his job on the sidelines as somebody who's moved up to head security there, Dom DeSandro we're talking about, that he was just doing his job and was essentially on the sidelines protecting the coaches and that sort of thing. But the question is, what is his fate now? Will he face a financial fine? What's the fallout from last night's game?
Okay.
But
yeah.
I'm sure Dom Giordano is going to have fun with this today because all the headlines say Dom, we support Dom. So
well, Dom's going to be a legend in Philadelphia. If he wasn't already, he will be after last night. Because there's nobody that's a Philadelphia Eagle fan that thought that guy was out of line at all.
Yeah, he like push in
and
his
and
face.
also too, you better be like an NFL linebacker to push Dom around because Dom's a big dude.
That's true.
The average folk ain't messing with Dom.
Don't mess with Dom.
Right.
We need new T-shirts.
Dom time coming up at noon.
We are sponsored by Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon. The secret to finishing your holiday shopping with 3 locations: Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City at the Lowe's Hotel. Just visit in person or online. JosephAnthony.com, where gift cards are always available. That's JosephAnthony.com. And so we thank our sponsor, Joseph Anthony Retreat Spa and Salon, for sponsoring our Big 3 at 8.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. A shout out to Sharon K., who is streaming us at the kitchen table this morning on her laptop, and her cat Benny is sitting on the table.
Oh, boy.
And has turned away. Benny has turned his head away from the live YouTube stream, probably because I opened my mouth. But Benny will turn back around once Dawn starts talking, so nice work out of Benny. Fluffy cat, by the way. Not sure I would let my cat on the dining room table, but, you know, different rules for different fools, I suppose. I try to keep my animals off the eating surface. Bad enough I got to put my kids on there. All right, anywho, I'm going to get to this pro-America rant. I thought this was great. And the reason I want to play this is you go back a handful of weeks now, and actually this has been going on for years, where you have a lot of left-wing celebrities and entertainers, musicians, actors, actresses. They've all made these comments like, if so-and-so gets this, I'm leaving the United States. Yeah. It's become the new trendy thing to do. Cher has done it. Susan Sarandon has done it. Bruce Springsteen has recently done it. Well, now joining the party is once again our great former Speaker of the House.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Nancy Pelosi. Okay. And also Taylor Swift. So she's been a thorn in my side on this show for about 6 weeks. So now Taylor Swift, who just came back from Argentina or wherever she was.
She was at the game last night, wasn't she? The Kansas City Green
Okay,
Bay
yes.
game?
Okay.
For her,
thought you were going to say the Eagles.
No.
I was going to say, how did we miss that one? Fox would have had Aaron Andrews staked out next to her box all night. So Taylor Swift is now saying that Taylor Swift, who's become a billionaire because of many people in the United States of America, says, I will leave the United States if Donald Trump becomes president in 2024. Good. You can go. Take my daughters with you.
No.
Take Travis Kelce and get out of here. I thought Joe. No, I'm kidding. Make a promo out of that one.
Oh, boy.
I thought, and this show always comes full circle. The big take this morning was talking about the censorship regime in this country and what the YouTube files from Jim Jordan revealed last week. And we've heard from Elon Musk say, go F yourself. We've heard from Tucker Carlson, drop the F-bomb, go F yourself. We've heard Dana White say this. And now Dana White, I guess, was on another. And Dana White must do like 3 different types of podcasts. He's always doing somebody's podcast. Now maybe we can get him on Kayal and
We
Company.
had I've said this before, but we had exclusive rights to him.
Oh, did we?
Not exclusive rights, but I mean, when he wasn't doing any media, like none. He used to come on this morning show, not this morning show, but a previous morning show here. In like 2007.
Okay.
And he used to come on with us like once a month.
Oh,
he was
wow.
a great guest.
Yeah. We'd love to get him back
And then
on.
we haven't heard from him since.
Okay. Yeah, he's getting too big for us, I guess. Kicked us to the curb. I get it. But he had this to say about today's generation and all of these people that always threaten to leave the United States if Donald Trump becomes president, and they never seemingly go and disappear. Take a listen to this. If you love America, you're going to love Dana White here.
If you look at all the that's going on in the world right now, if we went to war, right, there's no respect for the police anymore. There's no respect for the military. There's no respect for our country, our freedom, our way of life that we have here. You can sit around and you can nitpick and talk about things that are wrong with the United States. Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell your generation, my generation, everybody's generation, this is it. If this falls, there's no other place to go. So all these people are like, oh, God, if President Trump wins, I'm leaving the country. They all say it.
Yeah.
They all say it.
Yeah, of course.
Nobody does it.
No.
Wow. How about that? They all say it. Nobody else does it. And Dana White doesn't want to hear from Gen Alpha, which I didn't even realize. That's what my daughters are a part of. I thought it stopped with Gen Z. I thought my daughters technically qualified for Gen Z. There's a new generation below. If you think Gen Z is nauseating, Gen Alpha, kids my daughter's age, 9 years old, they're even worse. And he's basically calling out everybody from every generation. I would assume political party be damned, although it's usually mostly those on the left that don't want to see Trump become president again, that make that outrageous statement. And that's the thing that's so annoying about this is I will say this, and I don't think you've ever heard these words come out of my mouth before. As much as I dislike Joe Biden, and as bad as this country has been under Joe Biden's watch for 1,049 days, I have never said I am leaving America. I've threatened to leave Pennsylvania. I've left Pennsylvania before. I hope to do it again one day in about 25 years for the great state of Florida, never to be heard from or seen from again. But, I mean, if you don't like it, that's the thing I don't understand. It's the same thing with Twitter. It's the same thing with any other entity or property or, province or jurisdiction. That's the beauty of America and the freedom that we have. Nobody is forcing you to, like Keith Olbermann. I'm leaving Twitter. Here's one last promo. The KO podcast debuts at blah, blah, blah. And then he says he's leaving, and then he comes back. These people that just do it for attention are so nauseating and frustrating that I just really want to – I wish Elon Musk – if Elon Musk is going to waste money, he should waste a little bit more and just go down in complete financial ruin and flames. He should give Taylor Swift, Keith Olbermann, Cher, Bruce Springsteen, and it kills me to say that because I love Bruce Springsteen's music. I'm a fan of the Boss musically. But, for the love of God, if I see these people, especially Pelosi of all people, you're a part of you're not going anywhere. You took your net wealth from $1 million to $21 million like that by living off of all of the inside information you're given access to, allegedly, in the swamp and became unbelievably wealthy. So don't act like you hate America. You don't hate America. You've lined your pockets on what everything America offers and provides you. So for these people, I'm so sick of them. I want them gone, and I really want to challenge them and hold them accountable for that. If you put your money where your mouth is, go. Because Taylor Swift can make music anywhere.
T. Russ on the YouTube chat says it would be the best Christmas present ever if Taylor left. Please go.
And I would say she's probably the least annoying of the bunch. I mean, Pelosi and some of these. This has been the same act. Cher's been doing this act now for 8 years because she doesn't really do anything else at this point in her career, I would assume. But, Taylor Swift, when you talk about it and you roll your eyes, I'm telling you, this generation that listens to this show, this station, she's a factor in the election, whether you want to admit it or not.
I agreed.
She got, what was the number we gave you of people she got to register and vote? Was it 35,000 people?
Yep.
In a 7-day stretch?
Yes, she is.
I mean, some of these young, impressionable Gen Zers or Gen Alpha that spend their day scrolling and swiping and listening to the Taylors. If Taylor Swift told my daughters to jump off the bridge, my daughters might actually do it. That's the impact and the influence that some of these influencers really do have. And there's probably nobody bigger in pop culture today than Taylor Swift. All right. From Taylor Swift to one female, we have to wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with this. This is actually really sad. And I did not know that this. Remember last week we gave you the story. Go ahead.
No.
Okay, I thought you were going to say something. We gave you the story of the Georgia lady who was on the beach and she was doing the Pee Wee Herman. Put it that way. She was masturbating on the beach, and police interrupted her, identified her. I guess they either cited or arrested her. And if you remember, we played you the video and the audio, and I guess police wanted to search her bag and things of that nature. I didn't realize that this was an older story of when it actually happened with the incident itself. But the follow-up is, and the update is, that Christina Revels Glick actually committed suicide.
Yeah.
Which...
horrendous story.
Horrendous
story. She obviously, or she allegedly had some mental health issues.
Yeah.
And I heard reports of this after it happened.
After we talked about it too.
After we talked about it, I heard it. But if you go online, because I searched it, because I was like, oh boy, did we just But none of the sites that I saw seemed to be super reputable.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it was just a bunch of weird.
The Daily Mail is really the only one that's had it, right?
Overseas sites. But there was a lot of, like, rumblings about this, and then the Daily Mail finally confirmed it over the weekend with their exclusive report that she, in fact, killed herself over that body cam photo.
But her family, to be fair, her family says it wasn't that. They said she already had issues.
Yeah, they're saying that she had drinking and drug problems, and that a downward spiral of, I'm assuming, alcoholism and addiction to some sort of drugs ultimately led. So this actually, she was arrested, and that footage that we played for you with the audio was from July of 2021.
Yep.
So 8 months later would go by, and so that we're talking, that's probably what, February, March of 2022. She was found dead of, and according to the Daily Mail, she shot herself in the head.
Good God.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I've got to imagine she had far more demons, far more addictions. I don't think getting arrested for doing the Pee Wee Herman on the beach leads you to shoot yourself in the head.
But if we're talking about public humiliation, which obviously she was coming, and you know that had to be a factor. It had to have been a factor. Sorry.
Does it matter? I mean, and I guess everybody would, you know, process these types of things differently. Like, I could see that being the cause if you are like a politician, a celebrity, somebody in the public eye. But for just the average, everyday, common folk, doesn't that eventually kind of wash over itself? Like, you kind of move past that?
No, her face was plastered everywhere when it happened. And then it was brought up again a couple weeks ago.
And it was brought up last week on a show like this.
Yeah, I mean, look. I mean, you know, we obviously had fun with it, but it's
like, I mean,
look, it says something about our media, right?
Yeah.
Like that it became, and we're just as much to blame for it as anybody else is. That we're, you know.
But Greg, did it go viral? Because it went viral last week, but did it go viral back in the summer of 2021?
It might have. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to stories like that.
Well, I don't remember, you know, Dawn, we were doing this, and I don't remember having that story or seeing that story, so no.
I think only recently, and maybe because they were investigating things and it came up in court somehow.
It did make the news back in 2021, because if you do a Google search, you can find stories about it from back then.
Yeah, I just think two things. One, I think, you know, we live in this little internet vacuum where the internet's not real life, and just because something blows up on social media doesn't mean you're going to be like walking down the street the rest of your life and everybody's going to come walking by like, oh, isn't that the girl from the Georgia Beach? Like, I don't know that that's really a thing. Like, I like if this was Lauren Boebert, like, I mean, it would be a wrap for her, wouldn't it? I mean, I just think if you are in the public spotlight, it's something that's far more difficult to kind of live down and move on from versus the average everyday folk. I mean, and even some celebrities that deal with like these, you know, ridiculous moments, you know, we have a short attention span. As a society, we move on to the next thing we're outraged about in 72 hours for the most part. So,
listen to what her relatives said, though. This statement bothers me. So she had two teenagers, a 19-year-old and 15-year-old, from different relationships. But the relatives' comment is, Christina's gone. She had a good life for a while. Drove a BMW. Had a nice house.
No, she's like a Biden.
But she was wild. Like, really? That she had a BMW. She had a good life for a while.
Right.
What the heck?
Kind of tacky, right?
Yeah.
Like, my life was good. I had a BMW. Congratulations. You had a high-end piece of equipment that deteriorates and depreciates day by day compared to a lesser-end piece of material that depreciates. Yeah, she was wild. But she, quote, according to a family member, she, quote, went off the rails. The attractive 35-year-old had two sons, a 19-year-old from one relationship and a 15-year-old from a marriage that ended in 2015.
The only thing I'll say is it looks like her drug and alcohol situation, it looked like it happened over the pandemic.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
And we saw that during the pandemic, people who maybe, I don't know, had tendencies, couldn't go to their regular stuff, you know, the regular meetings or what have you.
Yep.
So it's just tragic.
It really is. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you climb in. Coming up to kick off the final hour, swing state Muslims vow to ditch Joe Biden, and GOP senators urging Joe Biden to ban or restrict travel to China in light of the mysterious pneumonia infecting and impacting 8-year-old kids. We'll get to that as we continue. But first, I got to tell you about the Piazza Auto Group. You know, there's many reasons that I love working with the Piazza Auto Group and family, and one of which is their extensive inventory that they provide. Just about 2 months ago, swung by, and I'll probably be due to go by again and see some of their latest toys and gizmos and gadgets, but I stopped by Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202, and they showed me the 2024 Hyundai Ioniq 5, and they told me, Nick, this is the Motor Trend SUV of the year, and I was like, really? Where's the SUV? They're like, right there, the Hyundai Ioniq 5. Got in it. Very powerful. By the way, this is a fully electric vehicle, and you're still getting 320 horsepower. That is stronger than some of the bigger six-cylinder trucks on the market today. And you're also getting a good battery, 300 miles of range. You can take advantage of a complimentary home charger and also up to a $600 installation credit with a purchase or a lease at Piazza Hyundai of Westchester. Also, check out their Pottstown location where the same deals apply, or shop online at piazzaautogroup.com.
Like any good agent, we're here for the open house, for the closing, for handing over keys. But because we're realtors, we're here for so much more. Agents who are realtors volunteer at nearly 3 times the national average. We're working to broaden access to credit, increase affordable housing supply, and ensure fair housing for all. And realtors are bound by a code of ethics. We're here for it all. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Traveling, volunteering, spending time with family? What's your retirement look like? With income planning from Fidelity Wealth Management, a dedicated advisor can help you grow and protect your wealth. They'll look at your full financial picture and help you create a flexible strategy that considers things like market conditions and healthcare expenses, so you can stop worrying about the future and enjoy whatever comes next. Visit fidelity.com/income planning. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE, SIPC.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Don't go through another year with that awful joint pain. Just call QC Kinetics. Make 2024 the year you are back to living your life again. QC Kinetics gives you your life back, and they are the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. These are all natural treatments which repair and restore your damaged tissue, giving you pain-free movement once again. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients, and that's across the country. People who suffered with knee pain, horrible back pain, shoulder pain, who were able to get lasting relief, no surgery, no drugs, no downtime. So if you're suffering in pain from that old injury, or maybe pain associated with some kind of arthritis, you need to check this out. The future of medicine is here. Regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics. Make the call now so you can get the most out of 2024. Get back to doing what you love. Don't forget, you can use your HSA and FSA funding. So call QC Kinetics for a free consultation, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 9:02, hour number 4 underway. Monday morning, Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Download the free Odyssey app so you can listen on the go. Watch us on YouTube, perhaps at your kitchen table, on your laptop with your cat Benny. Whatever works, we'll take it. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button today. Morning Mystery Movie Clip is up at 9:20. We have a $50 gift card, not to the Metro Diner today and this week, but to Wendy's.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Go for a nice...
My son loves Wendy's.
Yeah, I was thinking when I used to consume fast food, probably at a rate that was not good for my arteries.
Yeah.
Back in high school and college, I always liked Wendy's the most over like Burger King, McDonald's.
I agree with that.
And the other ones.
That's a true statement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like if I had to go through the rankings, I'd probably go when McDonald's won when it comes to the fries, but the sandwiches and the burgers, it was always a Wendy's guy.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. And by the way, weird thing, and I don't know if my wife was the only one that used to do this. Probably not, but she's also the same kind of person that puts applesauce on her pizza. I've told you about that atrocity.
What?
She used to dip her French fries in the Frosty.
Oh, that's delicious.
Yeah.
You like that?
Oh,
People do that.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that's she's right with that one.
No, I can't do the salty with the sweet. It's like people that put fruit in their salad. Like if I have a nice, beautiful chicken salad,
yeah,
I don't want mandarin oranges or strawberries in there. I'm out on that.
What?
Yeah, I know. Onions, tomatoes, lettuce, olives, cheese, no strawberries. No. I don't know where that sounds like something the French would do. Enough. It's wrong to be French, as Al Bundy said. All right, 9 o'clock's off to a great start, as we already know. Harry Mays will join us coming up at the bottom of the hour to talk all things Eagles, 49ers, the college football playoff, Ron DeSantis getting involved in college football from a politics standpoint. Also, Dom getting ejected, not Dom Giordano, but Dom the security guard, yesterday in that dust-up with 49er linebacker Dre Greenlaw. Also get Harry's thoughts on Dana White and his pro-USA rant for all the celebs and the left-wing politicians that say that they're going to leave if Trump gets reelected. But before Trump gets reelected, Joe Biden's got a lot of things on his plate. And none bigger right now than perhaps a growing movement in this country. It's very interesting how we have looked at this. I think we have looked at it the correct way, that this is not about playing both sides. This is about right versus wrong, evil versus, a nation that was basically going about their business during a truce on October the 7th when savage, barbaric attacks occurred. Yet for the way we look at this, we've been sitting there especially analyzing what the Squad Dems have said and how they are so pro-Gaza, pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas. And I think the Biden administration has failed tremendously. But I would argue that many people of Palestinian descent probably shouldn't be overly angry at Joe. I think the Israelis, the Jews, should be like, wait a minute. Like, are you really trying to do the whataboutism and the both sidesism here? Like, I don't understand how you can arrive at that being your stance. But Joe, and I've said this for weeks on this show, that Joe and the Democrats have been kind of, running this double-edged sword, so to speak, where they are alienating some Jewish voters that typically vote Dem, and they're also alienating some of the Muslims in this country that might vote Democrat. And the latest story from Yahoo News is that a group of swing state Muslims are now vowing to ditch Joe Biden in 2024 over his war stance. They go on to say the following: Muslim community leaders from several swing states pledged to withdraw support of U.S. President Joe Biden on Saturday at a conference in suburban Detroit, citing his refusal to call for a ceasefire in Gaza, which is very interesting because you started this war and now you want a ceasefire. It's not usually the way it works. Democrats in Michigan have warned the White House that Biden's handling of the Israel-Hamas war could cost him enough support within the Arab American community to sway the outcome of the 2024 presidential election. So this is a big shift and a nice little slide for Republicans if these people follow through with what they are saying. To me, it's a lot like some of these people say, I'm going to leave America if Joe Biden becomes president, and they don't go. I'll believe it when I see it. but leaders from Michigan, Minnesota, Arizona, Wisconsin, Florida, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania gathered behind a lectern that read, "Abandon the health ministry in Hamas-ruled Gaza." I would actually argue you should put together a little sign that says, "The hell with abandon Biden." I think it's a little more catchy to say abandon Brandon, but that's just me. Play on words there. But do we actually think they will follow through with this? And will they actually vote Trump in 2024? Because it's one thing to sit out an election and not cast your vote. It's another, especially in Pennsylvania or any of these other swing states, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin included, to actually go and vote R, when maybe historically or for their entire life, they have voted anything but Republican.
Well, to answer your question, no, I don't think they'll vote for Trump. But if we're really talking about this election and it really is going to be Trump v. Biden, we've all said that the winner of the election will be the one who can get their base to come out the most.
Mhm.
We know Trump's base is there.
Right.
And if Biden, his base isn't there for him, if you're peeling off a few from this community and a few from that community, and I hate to say that, but that's the politics game, that's how we play it, then it matters in the grand scheme of things. Even if they don't vote for Trump, if they just sit home or vote for RFK Jr. or whatever, Cornel West, it's not a vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah.
So that's a base that might not be there for him in 2024.
Biden's unwillingness to call for a ceasefire has, according to this group, damaged his relationship with the American Muslim community beyond repair, according to Minneapolis-based Jaylani Hussein, who helped organize the conference. Quote, "Families and children are being wiped out with our tax dollars," Hussein said. "What we are witnessing today is the tragedy upon tragedy," end quote. Hussein, who is Muslim, told the Associated Press, "The anger in our community is beyond belief. One of the things that made us even more angry is the fact that most of us actually voted for President Biden. I even had one incident where a religious leader asked me, 'How do I get my 2020 ballot so I can destroy it?' End quote."
Ouch.
That's pretty strong words there. So we'll see how this plays out. And again, I think this is what happens when you especially get hijacked by the progressive left wing of the party. You play identity politics, and eventually it comes back to bite you in the butt. Because I think if you just look at this objectively, you would realize that the sane, logical people are on the right side, so to speak, and that is supporting Israel's right to exist and also defend themselves after it was Hamas that initiated this on October the 7th. So Joe's dealing with that. Joe is also dealing with this pneumonia outbreak that I don't, and you heard from Scott Gottlieb in the cut sheet this morning. He didn't specifically address that. He was talking more about flu, RSV, and COVID. But now you have this little groundswell of Republican senators, 5 of which to be exact, have urged President Joe Biden to restrict travel between the U.S. and China as the communist state sees a rise in the pediatric pneumonia cases. Marco Rubio from Florida, J.D. Vance from Ohio, Rick Scott from Florida, Tommy Tuberville from Alabama, and Mike Braun have called to, quote, immediately restrict travel as China has had a, quote, long history of lying about public health crises in a December 1st letter. The 5 men cited the COVID-19 pandemic as evidence, saying that China's, quote, lack of transparency has, quote, robbed the U.S. of, quote, vital knowledge in the past. If history is any indication, we have cause to be concerned. The WHO has requested China share detailed information regarding the outbreak, which is largely attacking children and has caused overcrowding in some of the country's hospitals. But the senators say there is no time to wait. Quote, wait for the WHO to take action, given its track record of slavish deference to the CCP. No thanks, end quote. That's kind of what I alluded to last week. I kind of said it tongue-in-cheek where I was over the top. But I think you have to be very, very careful here. If we are going to, and I've been talking about repeating the same mistakes over and over like masking our kids, didn't work. Virtual learning, detrimental to kids' development. Lockdowns killed businesses. And I've said it's going to be a really, really sad day if when the next pandemic happens, hopefully in the next 100 years, once we're all long and gone, if we make the same mistakes again.
We will.
And we will.
Of course we will.
And there's no doubt about it. We'll go back to the same playbook.
Yeah, of course we will.
But do we think that these senators are overreacting? Because I really don't. Now, I'm not saying you need to ban travel to China, but you better keep a very, very detailed eye on this. And if there's a way to kind of, to use their word, restrict travel, then I think you owe it to the citizens of this country, especially children, to protect them. Now, how does that impact your relationship with China? Honestly, I really don't give a damn. I don't care if Xi gets angry. I don't care if anybody, it's racist. No, it's not. It's called protecting the people that voted for you.
Yeah.
So I think they're onto something here. I don't think they'll actually, because Biden's not going to listen to 5 GOP senators, but I do think it's worth absolutely having a conversation with, because as Tuberville lines it in this article, China, you can't trust them as far as you can throw them. So kind of an interesting story. That's in the New York Post if you want to read the full context. But we'll see. I won't hold my breath. 855-839-1210. And then lastly, I want to round back a little bit to our big take this morning, which we focused on the YouTube files from Jim Jordan. And we talk about censorship and we talk about big tech in bed with the government when it comes to kind of suppressing your First Amendment rights. And I want to look at it from the standpoint of the pettiness of this government. I mentioned the story in the big take about how just a random everyday citizen, we recall the story with Hillary Clinton and the guy that went to jail for creating those fake ads, those fake memes and posters on social media. Text this number to vote for Hillary. And by the way, if you fell for that, you're one of the biggest morons on the planet. Like, I mean, really, you think you can actually vote for the president by sending a text message? I mean, come on, stop. Even Democrats wouldn't allow that to happen. Actually, they probably would. But this guy who basically comes out with a meme that says, and if you've ever seen those daytime TV commercials, like there was always a few when I was younger that were always popping up on the TV. Do you remember the J.G. Wentworth commercials?
Of course.
Yeah. I think they still actually run from time to time.
Yeah.
So there's always the ones where, like, especially with, like, if you've been exposed to asbestos, there's the one with Camp Lejeune that always runs where if you've been exposed to so-and-so, you might be entitled to X, Y, and Z. So one of these individuals during the pandemic was putting up, like, a fake, I don't want to call it artificial intelligence, but created and doctored a YouTube ad that said if you took the COVID-19 vaccine and you ended up injured, you might be entitled to X, Y, and Z. And the Biden administration, and I think most people would probably see that as parody, as comedy, as nothing more than somebody goofing off on the internet, they decided to ultimately flag and suspend that guy's account. And I heard somebody last week, and I wish I could give credit to who it was and source it properly, but they were, and I'm basically paraphrasing here, that they said that the First Amendment in this country today is now about 65% of what it used to be. Now, I don't know how you arrive at that conclusion. I don't know how you quantify it. But the general theme in the thesis, I believe. So I thought it was interesting because we were so enamored last week with DeSantis versus Newsom, Fauci getting set to testify, Hunter Biden going to testify, that, and along the way over the last year or so, a lot of these files that have been dropped by the House GOP have kind of lost some of the media attention they garnered initially. I think Twitter Files 1 was the biggest one. That was with, I think, Matt Taibbi and Schellenberger. But, like, I never thought, and I can't sit here and say for 25 years I've been thinking about free speech. I haven't. But, you know, since I started doing this job and since I really got the itch to do this the last 3 to 5 years, it is really remarkable the way they are slowly going about trying to curtail free speech in many different walks of life, whether it's in the media, whether it's in social media, whether it's in public. I mean, and it doesn't stop with the three of us. It doesn't stop with the thousands upon thousands of people that are listening the show this morning. That's why I played you the 2 clips. I gave you Dana White, I gave you Tucker Carlson, and I gave you Elon Musk. I mean, yeah, they have the FU money to say, no, you're not going to tell me what to do. But think about the level of gumption it takes if you are one of these big corporations. And I'll use Dana White as an example. Go back to when Dana White was told by Peloton. Now, Peloton's a big company, but UFC is probably a bigger company than Peloton. And Dana White is the president and the face of UFC. And they actually went to him. Peloton didn't go to somebody in their marketing department and say, hey, Bob, I saw you posting memes on Facebook about Trump. Why don't you knock it off? They went to Dana White and basically tried to tell him, dude, I don't want you advertising that you're pro-Trump. Like, that takes a lot of guts to go to somebody as accomplished and as big as Dana White. It wasn't like they were trying to intimidate low-level functionaries within the Peloton workforce, right? Like your $50,000 marketing executive. Like, they tried to go to a guy that has FU money and whoever that person was for Peloton might want to actually pay attention to what Dana White speaks and the platform he has, because he's made it pretty well known. He's Trump through and through. And I just look at it and I ask the question, when will it end? Where does it stop? I don't know that it does unless Americans actually stand up for their right to free speech. And I said in the big take, and I used the word uncomfortable, and this is not about change. This is about stopping proposed change with all the big institutions kind of clamping down on your First Amendment rights. It's going to take some people losing their job and standing up for what they believe in. There's going to be some people out there that say, you know what, I don't care that I make $48,000 a year. You're not going to tell me what to do.
What's right is right. Yeah.
What's right is right.
Yeah.
Whether you like the comments or not, that's the beauty of free speech.
Yeah, it can't be, I've always said this about comedy too. Like, it's easy for Chris Rock and Jerry Seinfeld and these guys to speak out against cancel culture and say, I'm not going to play at colleges. I'm not going to perform at colleges because they stifle free speech.
Yep.
But they don't need the money to perform. They don't need, they couldn't. Both of them could never go out and do stand-up again and be completely fine.
Totally fine.
It's the people coming up that need the exposure, that need the money, that need the gigs, that don't have that luxury.
Yep.
So it's easy for a Dana White and an Elon Musk to say F you to advertisers. But in the real world, that's not exactly how things work.
Right.
It's just going to take more people that don't care about the consequences to come out and say that.
Yeah.
And I don't know if we as a people can afford to do something like that.
Yeah. Sadly, you're probably right.
Yeah.
But those that do, I salute you. A lot of respect. 855-839-1210. The phone number, 920 on a Monday morning. It's time for another Morning Mystery Movie Clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, wait a minute. I'm the smartest guy in the world? Says who?
The IQ test you took in prison. You got the highest score in history. Brought to you by Carl's Jr.
Yeah, even smarter than President Camacho. That's how come he's making you Secretary of Interior.
You know, I think there's been some kind of mistake, because the test I took was real easy. I'm not the smartest guy in the world, okay?
So you smart, huh?
You know, no.
I thought your head would be bigger.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And the great prize today, a $50 gift card to Wendy's. If you can identify that clip at 855-839-1210, caller 12, 855-839-1210, $50 gift card to Wendy's. We'll see if we get our winner when we come back. Dawn's Big Three, and then Harry Mays at the bottom of the hour. But first, from Wendy's to Wawa we go, and Wawa has actually two great ways to help you shop efficiently this holiday season. First up is shopping from home or maybe the office. Just don't tell your boss. It's cold out, so when you want to go and make a quick purchase, give the gift of Wawa, but do it digitally. They have the digital gift cards, which are an easy way to send it near or far. Just visit wawa.com, pick one of the festive card designs, and they have many. Enter the amount, and then write a message. You can choose to have your Wawa gift card show up in their inbox with emails instantly, or Schedule it to arrive at just the right moment like magic. Buy a digital gift card today and give the gift of Wawa to somebody that you love. But okay, let's say you love the hustle and bustle and you want to get out in the car, get in traffic, pull into the parking lot at Wawa and go in. Well, they can do that as well, and it's a one-stop shop. Head to your local Wawa and get the gift card today for everybody on your list. You'll find gift cards for the Wawa fans in your life and for the fans of other brands like Amazon or Roblox. My daughters love to play Roblox on their iPhone. If you've got kids, you probably know the craze. So grab one for your boss or your favorite aunt or uncle and make everyone's season bright in just one magical Wawa run. Wawa. Happy holidays from Wawa, your one-stop gift card shop. See store for details.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Pajamagram's famous naturally nude pajamas are back. A very luxurious Christmas gift for her, one that'll make you a holiday hero. This year, Pajamagram has upped the ante. How about a free Barely There naturally nude nightie? How about $75 of savings? How about gift packaging options and quick delivery? That's an effortless 2-in-1 deluxe gift that you both are guaranteed to love. Soft and silky with a Barely There feel, curve caressing with a fit that's better than lingerie. Best-selling for a reason. Pajamagram's naturally nude pajamas and nightie are designed to make her feel amazing and drive you wild. Now is the time to win Christmas. Now is the time to go get your special someone naturally nude from Pajamagram. But hurry, this gift sells out every year. Shop now while it lasts. Head to pajamagram.com for naturally nude pajamas and save $75 on a free naturally nude nightie.
It's football season, and the NFL is in full effect on the free Odyssey app. We're heading into the final stretch of the regular season, and the playoff picture is starting to come into focus. Whatever team you're rooting for, the free Odyssey app has you covered with the local talk and your team's podcasts. Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY. Hey, West Berlin, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
– 9:25, Kayal and Company, Monday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn Stenzelin's Big Three at 9 coming up in just a moment. Harry Mays at the bottom of the hour. Part 2 of the cut sheet, Who Won, Twitter and YouTube. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? All still on the way. A very, very action-packed 35 minutes as we come down the stretch. And right now, time to give away our $50 gift card to Richard, who is in Ardmore this morning. Richard, good morning. What movie clip did we just play for you, sir?
Idiocracy.
Yeah.
One of my favorites.
There you go, Richard. Nice work. You've got the $50 gift card to Wendy's. We thank you for playing and certainly for listening.
It's great. Wendy's French fries are still better than McDonald's, though.
Whoa, look at that.
I agree with Richard. I
Man.
agree with Richard.
All right, nice work, Richard. Yeah, the Wendy's fries aren't bad either. Burger King's are atrocious. I don't mess with the Burger King fries. All right, let's get to Dawn Stensland here at 9:26 because it's time once again for a Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
We are sponsored by Consumer Cellular this morning. Consumer Alerts. If you've been maybe gift buying some blankets, some special blankets as a gift or to keep warm with the winter weather, you may want to check that blankie because it could burn you, literally.
Ooh.
Tens of thousands of these electric blankets and throws. They were sold at LL Bean, but they're under the name Berkshire Blanket and Home Company. We're calling all these blankets and throws that were sold because nationwide, including in our area, QVC, Macy's, Target, and the problem with these blankets, especially the heating blanket, they could overheat and they pose a risk of fire and burns.
I don't think I've ever used an electric blanket. Have you guys ever actually used one or owned one?
Yes.
You have?
Absolutely.
Oh.
And they're a great gift. They're expensive.
Oh.
So they'll give a full refund, but you want to make sure, I would just say, look at, because you might not even realize where it was made. So if it's Berkshire, so you just want to make the call and make sure that you check that out. The CDC is still warning us about the expanded salmonella outbreak spreading to 34 states, eating pre-cut cantaloupe and certain pre-cut fruits.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So they're still warning us on that one.
Okay.
Number 2, Happy Meals for adults. Since you talked about McDonald's, they're coming back with a nostalgic adult Happy Meal with a special nostalgic 80s toy.
No.
So it's the new Kerwin Frost Box. It's the latest spin on a childhood classic. It starts next Monday, December 11th. They're very excited about this, but it's a collectible. It's 6 reimagined McNugget Buddy collectibles, and they're inspired by the Harlem Natives' childhood experience.
Okay.
So they're saying that they're all 80s themed toys and surprises for adults.
Hey, if you're gonna cater to the 80s, you've got me interested.
It is amazing going to Target and places like that with my son now. To pick out toys.
Mm-hmm.
It's all toys from when we grew up. It's old wrestling things. It's He-Man.
Yep.
Masters of the Universe.
I love He-Man.
It's G.I. Joe.
Yep.
It's Return of the Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, who are they marketing to? Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. They're marketing to us.
That's right, because we have the buying power
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
Damn right.
Yeah.
So they're, I guess maybe if your kid wants it, but technically you're exactly right. They want the children of the 80s to love these. It's a limited edition collaboration. And so, in any event, we'll see how well
they
it
ought to
goes
bring
over.
back the wrestling buddies that they had in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah, nobody wants those.
I do.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of them is a little WrestleMania person. There's supposed to be a surprise, but one of them, I think, has a callback to WrestleMania.
Okay. Kayal and Company will be at WrestleMania 40 in Philadelphia this April.
Finally, I'll call this one Run, Rudolph, Run. This is a story that has gone viral, and it's a cute story about police in New Jersey chasing down a deer. The deer somehow busted through a window, broke into an elementary school in New Jersey. It's Tom's River, but they were called the Cedar Grove Elementary School, and they said that the deer crashed through the window of the school.
Yeah.
So a lot of memes about this. This one was, you see the deer, because the police have their body cameras on.
I hate deer.
Yeah, deer are a pain in the butt.
Everywhere. They run out in front of your car.
You can't shoot enough of those suckers.
It is so dangerous driving in when we come in. I have a lot of back roads that I travel, and it's just like I'm always worried about deer.
Yeah.
Somebody died on 611.
I know.
A deer, a car going one way hit a deer. The deer flipped over and landed on the car. The woman was from Newtown or something.
Kill them all. Give me the venison stew and the venison jerky
Horrendous.
and ship it on over to me. I'll eat them all.
Horrendous creatures.
Well, by the way, it is deer hunting season in Pennsylvania.
Hell yeah,
so,
it is.
Yeah. So it's my husband a deer ran out early in the morning, and the car may be totaled. We hope it's actually totaled.
Yeah.
By the time but he's fine.
Wow.
But still, the deer,
Wait.
the deer, they damage your car and they run off, to your point.
Well, say, Larry got hit by a deer today?
No, not today.
Oh.
It was about a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Disaster for the car.
Yeah. But he's okay, right?
He's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Car can
well,
be
nowadays, the cars are built to last and all that good stuff, but then your car's total.
Yeah.
And the deer, like you said, does a backflip over the car, keeps on running, goes eats all your trees.
Yeah. It's like a 49er running back, just keeps on going and going and going. It's like Christian McCaffrey on a Sunday.
I see what you're doing here. Teeing up Harry Mays.
Yes. So before we get to Harry, we have to mention and thank our sponsor, Consumer Cellular, offering the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as all the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% U.S.-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com. Switch today. Thank you, Consumer Cellular, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 9:32, Monday morning, second week in a row, as we welcome in my buddy and my pal, my former partner in sports. The great Harry Mays is with us, one half of the old show that you might recall back in the day that was pretty damn entertaining, the Tony Bruno and Harry Mays show. Harry, good morning. How you doing, bud?
Hey, good morning, guys, and thank you for joining me. And I hate deer as well. I can't stand those suckers, man. I was driving home Saturday night from a party up in Bucks County, and I almost hit 3 of them. I mean, they just lurk right next to the road and they just like jump out in front of you. I mean, they're the dumbest creatures on the face of the earth, almost dumber than squirrels. I think a squirrel might be actually dumber because they'll run out and then they immediately turn around and go back. You ever notice that?
I do.
Yeah.
So I know you said you had a party in Bucks County, so Stalker invited you over before he invited me over.
I was up in Stocker's neck of the woods, yes, but I wasn't with Stocker.
Okay.
This is with another group of guys. I wasn't watching college football like you were, Nick Kayal.
Yeah, I was.
Wasting my time.
I was invested in many ways, financially and emotionally. And I was invested financially and emotionally, although I kind of split the ticket, so to speak, yesterday. I was certainly would have been totally fine with the Eagles winning that game, but I did wager on the 49ers because I thought that was the right pick. Now, I never saw 42-19. I thought the Niners would win by 4 to 7 points. But what we witnessed yesterday, I thought was honestly not much of a surprise as far as the final result with the win going to San Francisco, because this schedule has been brutal. This has been a murderer's row schedule, and it's not even over yet. What was your takeaway from what you watched on the field between the white lines yesterday, Hare?
Well, as Tony Bruno would say, it was a biblical beatdown of epic proportions.
That's correct.
And after the first 2 possessions where San Francisco just couldn't really figure out how to protect, then they went on an 8 yards per play clip for that football game. I mean, that is significant in the NFL. They were much more balanced offensively, especially in the first half. They got big chunk plays from basically every one of their skill position players. And Kyle Shanahan schemes up offense as good as anybody, and he saw that the Eagles linebackers are garbage, and we're going to scheme Deebo Samuel and whoever else, Jennings got involved, everybody, on the linebackers and the safeties. And actually, Mr. Slay didn't have the best of football games either. That back 7 got abused by Shanahan's offense. Yeah. And I mean, you looked at the first 2 possessions, the Eagles moved the football, and then they got in the red zone and they stalled, and they're kicking field goals. And I'm like, this is not bode well, because San Francisco will eventually figure it out.
Yep.
And figure it out they did. And their next 2 possessions turned into touchdowns. And next thing you know, the game's 21-6, and Dom DeSandro's pointing and, trying to punch linebackers. And it just, and I thought the Eagles might get a little jump after that, the whole episode.
Yeah.
They did nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I mean, and I'll tell you what, you want to talk about a tough guy, because if you've watched the NFL, you know the 49ers with those 2 linebackers, with Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner, are about as tough as they get. Yeah. And here's Dom, of all people, and he's right in Greenlaw's face.
It's amazing.
Yeah. And yet he overstepped, Dom did. And I think you'd probably admit that today. I don't know if he's been on radio anywhere else and talking about it, but he overstepped. It's the official's job to step in when players are going at it with other players. It's not Dom's job, and it's not, Dom got a little excited,
right?
And now he's a folk hero here in Philadelphia.
Yes.
Okay, I mean, he's probably going to have his own TV show pretty soon.
Yeah, that's right. He'll probably be doing sports in this town in a matter of weeks.
He'll be on a morning show, exactly. 2-3 days a week.
Contributor.
Right.
Speaking of the NFL, one last thing. The Eagles' offense for the last 2 years has done a lot of things really, really well at a very high level. Nothing more interesting and successful than the tush push, I should say, or the brotherly shove, whatever you want to coin it. Now I'm reading in the New York Post that NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell, of all the things that you could ban in the NFL, he wants to ban the tush push and get that out of the sport. It's a copycat league. Everybody else is doing it. Yet I never seem to recall him trying to ban the quarterback sneak that Tom Brady perfected for 20 years in the NFL. Your thoughts on this hypocrisy?
Tom Brady would just stick his head right in his right guard's rear end and just like lunge forward and automatically get a first down.
Yeah.
It was like clockwork. But yeah, they're probably considering outlawing it because nobody else can do it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really the problem. I think the Giants tried it a couple of weeks or months ago and somebody got hurt.
Right.
And automatically now it's a dangerous play. Well, it's not dangerous for the Eagles.
No.
They've got a quarterback that can squat 600 pounds.
Yep.
And that's the big reason why it works. And they've got a great offensive line. I mean, they're probably the best offensive line in the NFL. But yeah, if they're going to ban it, it's because nobody else can do it. The Eagles have perfected it. So I just say use it and use it until they take it away from you.
Harry Mays joining us here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The last thing on the football front, but this is more politic related. I said earlier this morning, I don't like when sports media gets political, when athletes or coaches get political, and I certainly don't like my politicians dabbling in the sports world. I want separation of church and state, so to speak. Stay in your lane. Here is Florida Governor Ron DeSantis now coming out saying that Florida State got screwed by not making the college football playoff, and he, as well as Corey Simon, former Eagle, now Republican House of Representative member in the state of Florida.
Seminole great.
Seminole great as well. So he's got some investment there as well, getting involved about possibly filing a lawsuit against the College Football Playoff Committee. Your thoughts on the politicians going into the sports stratosphere?
Well, I hate it. I'm with you. I like the division of church and state. Stay out of football, stay out of sports, because it rarely goes well. I mean, usually, when we have politicians speaking publicly and dabbling in sports, they screw up names. They get everything wrong. It's obviously that they're not watching these games. So just stay in your lane. But I will give Ron DeSantis credit. At least he's sticking in Florida here, because it's only when he leaves the state of Florida it is when he gets exposed. So he's sticking with Florida State. They did get screwed. I mean, they did everything that they were supposed to do. They won every stinking game. Mm-hmm. They won their conference championship. They beat two teams. They scheduled two teams from the SEC and beat them. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I don't know what else Florida State was supposed to do. It's only because their quarterback is hurt and he was a really good player that they're not the same team now. And I get all that. But you go 13-0 and you win your conference and you're not in the playoff, they're basically telling the ACC that they're a group of 5 league.
Yeah,
that's really the way I took it. It's UCF went undefeated a couple of years ago and had their own parade. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, they're a group of 5 team at the time. Now I know they're in the Big 12, but yeah, Florida State did everything that they were asked to do. Except they got their quarterback hurt. And that's the only thing, and they did get screwed. So now they're going to have their own parade in Tallahassee, and Corey Simon and Ron DeSantis will get on a float and wave to everybody, and they'll say that they won the national championship, and everybody will be good.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, so you and Bruno think Florida State got screwed. I think Alabama deservedly got in, but you probably just call me a Bama apologist.
Well, you are a Bama apologist.
Well, yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
True,
but
it's true.
It is true.
Yeah.
It is true. But if you stack them up, Alabama's a better football team now than Florida State is. Now, if Travis was the quarterback, I think they'd have a chance.
Yeah.
But right now, Florida State is hampered because they're down to their third string quarterback, because the other kid had a concussion, right?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So
all right, Harry Mays, last one for you. We played this audio earlier this morning. Dana White went on an epic 2.5 or 3 minute rant about loving the United States of America and basically giving a message to this generation, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and really every generation under the sun, that if you don't like it, you can leave. Yet everybody that claims they're leaving never seems to leave. Taylor Swift and Nancy Pelosi, the latest to join Cher, Susan Sarandon, and Bruce Springsteen, saying that if Trump becomes president again in 2024, they are out. Your thoughts?
Okay. Well, then go. Seriously. I need more places to be able to buy in Florida because everybody's moved there now and they bought up all the homes. Yep. All the memberships at the private country clubs are taken up. There's waiting lists. So get these people out of here so I can go down there and enjoy myself. I'm with Dana White. The only problem with Dana White is you can't play the audio because he curses every 2 seconds.
I know.
He does.
I know.
It's amazing.
The censor got a real workout. It was like
Oh, my God.
It's like they're on a Peloton. All right, good stuff as always, brother. Thank you for stopping by.
All right, have a great week, guys.
There he is. Harry Mays always bringing it on a Monday here on Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno will join us coming up on Wednesday at 8:25. All right. We going to break or are we going cut sheet?
Cut sheet.
Cut sheet? All right, let's get to it.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet? Part 2, sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer, family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. That's Holland, HOLLAND, floor, FLOOR.com. Hollandfloor.com. Kamala Harris was in
space?
Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, over the weekend for the COP28 conference. It's a conference about climate.
Oh.
She took a bunch of questions. We played the one about what's happening in the Middle East, but she also addressed climate science.
Oh.
And she says that world leaders must do more to fight against those who deny climate science.
Trust the climate science. Trust the climate science.
That too.
Yes.
This is what cut are we at here? Cut 9 here. Phil, go.
Around the world, there are those who seek to slow or stop our progress. Leaders who deny climate science, delay climate action, and spread misinformation. Corporations that greenwash climate inaction and lobby for billions of dollars in fossil fuel subsidies. In the face of their resistance, and in the context of this moment, we must do more.
We must.
Yeah, we must do more. I don't like Kamala or any Dem next to a sign that says COP, C-O-P. They've done enough to defund and demoralize the police, so that's number 1. Number 2, did she take a private jet to get to the United Arab Emirates?
Well, I mean,
was she on a nice chartered flight by herself?
I'm sure she took a sailboat.
Or a space shuttle. I love how all these people want to save the climate, and then they get into these big monstrous airplanes by themselves that put out so much emissions into the sky. It's a very interesting hypocrisy to live.
Well, speaking of that, the Biden climate envoy, John Kerry, was also in Dubai, assuming that they all flew over there, yes. He called for the elimination of every single coal plant on Earth.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Cut 4, guys, go.
We ought to be transitioning out of coal. There shouldn't be any more coal-fired power plants permitted anywhere in the world. That's how you can do something for health.
Right.
And the reality is that we're not doing it. So, the measure here is really sounding the alarm bell. I find myself getting more and more militant because I do not understand how adults who are in position of responsibility can be avoiding responsibility for taking away those things that are killing people on a daily basis. And the reality is that the climate crisis and the health crisis are one and the same.
So why don't you get tougher on China then, since China puts out far more emissions into the sky than the United States does? By the way, John Kerry's 79 years old.
Is he?
Yeah, I just looked him up while we were playing that because I want.
Is he really?
He's 79 years old. I mean,
he looks pretty good.
But you heard him though. He's getting more militant.
All right, let me. Okay, when I say very good, he still looks like Lurch, but
He's got a decent head of hair.
Yeah.
But the bags under the eyes are starting to build up. I think he knows he's fighting a battle that most people couldn't give a rip about.
Yeah. By the way,
that's John Kerry.
All the people that work there, huh? That's a big slap in the face of them. By the way, your job's going to be irrelevant soon. All right, finally, before we have to break here, Biden, again, nobody seems to call him on this. He was talking to a reporter about colleges, and he keeps saying that he taught at the University of Pennsylvania. He never taught a class.
Never once.
Cut 7, guys, go.
I taught at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years, and I also taught and law school. And
where did he teach
the idea that
he taught me
democracy
in
is
Nashville.
inevitable is just not true.
The idea that democracy is inevitable is just not true, which I do agree with. However, he was not a teacher, certainly not for 4 years. And was he a law school teacher?
Not to my knowledge. I know Hunter's got a law degree, which makes me feel great about my 3-month stint. So anyway, you know what we should do as we get closer to the holidays, the 21st or 22nd, whatever our last day is, we should put together a list of Biden's repeated lies and see which one's the one that we actually laugh at the most.
This audio, by the way, is from MidasTouch.com. Like that reporter there didn't even fact check him.
No,
like,
didn't even care to.
Can you tell us more about this? Because you made this claim.
Yeah.
Where's the evidence that you've taught classes for 4 years?
This is right up there with his football stories about when he played at Delaware.
Are there any students that can say, "Oh yeah, I was in a Joe Biden class"?
Mm-hmm. And he was getting a 7-figure salary, I think.
Yeah.
To not teach.
To be an honorary.
Yeah. Who has it better? Joe Biden, who is named a teacher, paid not to teach, or like a football coach that gets paid millions of dollars to go away after they fail?
Interesting.
It's a good life if you can get it.
It is.
Do radio hosts get deals like that?
They don't.
I
Sorry.
don't think so.
Sorry.
All right. Anywho, 9:47, that'll do it for What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. We'll come back, find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today and who won social media today on the YouTubes and the Twitters. And we'll do that when we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
But it's time to picture yourself just sipping that cool limoncello, so delicious, from your hotel balcony as you look out, savoring the sunset beyond the Isle of Capri. That's right, the Amalfi Coast, Positano, Sorrento, and yes, Capri. I hope you join me next spring. We're going to have such an awesome time. We're going to discover the wonderful sights in southern Italy with my friends from Conservative Tours. I'm talking about the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Pompeii. Of course, we'll have enough time to see all the great sights in Rome as well, all while enjoying a gastronomical event for 12 incredible days of touring. Olive oil production, a mozzarella farm, and yeah, the wineries. Can't wait for these tasting sessions. The group dining events that Conservative Tours is known for, they are legendary. $52.67 includes your nonstop airfare while supplies last. Call toll-free 888-733-9494, and that number is listed at conservativetours.com. So if you go to conservativetours.com, see my picture, scroll down, you'll see the itinerary. You can learn more. Yes, my husband, Larry Menti's going. Our 2 teen sons, Michael and David, they'll be there too. We'll all discover together why the locals take their vacations in Puglia, which is known as Italy's best-kept secret. Charming villages, unparalleled cuisine. I can't wait. Let's do this next spring, southern Italy, all authentically Italian. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steiners of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Are you looking for a venue for your holiday party, a baby shower, or even a wedding? Look no further. Plan your next event at Riverwinds Restaurant. No matter the reason for your gathering, they'll make it perfect. Just choose the date, and Riverwinds will create a decadent menu that will exceed your expectations. Then enjoy as you and your guests have the event of a lifetime in a beautiful setting along the Delaware River with views of the Philadelphia skyline and the most picturesque sunsets in the area. Visit theriverwindsrestaurant.com today.
Hey, it's Rich. It's Yul. You know, for years I've been talking about the great work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons have done for me and my home. Well, now Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Emmons Roofing has really become the one-stop shop for all your roofing, siding, windows, solar, and now baths and kitchens. Trust the team at Emmons just like we did. They remodeled our kitchen and our bathroom in our former house, and we were so happy with the work they did. If you have a property at the shore, have the team at Emmons come out and take a look at the roof now. Small winter leaks can lead to big, costly repairs when the warm weather hits. So call 856-556-3229. Call today for a free estimate online at emmonsroofing.com or visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. That's emmonsroofing.com. Be sure to tell them I sent you. Remember, for 6 years, I've been using Emmons on every project in my home. Excellent results, outstanding people. emmonsroofing.com.
On your drive home, you can make the one decision that can change your day. You can choose taste. You can choose quality. You can choose Captain Chucky's Crab Cake Company. Made fresh daily. We love crabcakes.com.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, at a special time this Saturday morning at 10. Get accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor this Saturday morning at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have started a huge renovation. Take our already incredibly generous offers and add an additional $1,000 off all new Volvos, plus owner loyalty, plus up to $2,000 when financing or leasing with Volvo cars, plus $7,500 lease rebate on all plug-in Volvos. This is a fabulous time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo. This month's offers are incredible, and we must make space for all the construction vehicles. Visit us now.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Winding things down here on a Monday, 9:54. It's Kayal and Company, getting set to hand things off to the great Dawn Stensland in just about 6 minutes' time. When we find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show today.
Yeah, there's so much going on. And by the way, what happened here in Philadelphia over the weekend, those so-called pro-Palestinian protests, making national news and international news. And so we'll talk about that moving forward and update you. And you won't believe the latest revelation. Where are funds that are intended for our military veterans, particularly those who need financial assistance and those who need medical assistance? You won't believe where the funds are going to help those illegally coming across into this country, causing outrage in our veterans community. So that is a story that is developing. Right at 10:05, after I update the breaking news of the day, Todd Shepard, chief investigative journalist with Broad and Liberty, as well as other local publications, he's going to tell us where taxes are going up in the suburbs big time. Hint, hint, places that, turned from red to blue. Here comes the tax bill. So we'll talk about that and so much more coming up.
Elections have consequences, folks.
Yes, sir.
All right, Greg Stocker, let's wrap it up with who won Twitter today.
Who Won Twitter?
Who on Twitter, sponsored by Consumer Cellular. Twitter, I'm giving it Newman Price. Our buddy Newman Price had a visual this morning. Guys, if you can put it up there on the YouTube
He had plenty of
chat
visuals.
here. He had a lot there. It's the big take. It's the movie poster for The Big Lebowski with, I guess that's you, Nick, as the dude. And Dawn, you look lovely in that
Yes.
picture. Oh my Lord, that is a great picture.
Thank you.
That's a good. And I guess I'm the John Goodman of
And you're holding
the
a
group
handgun,
there.
too. You
And
got a
I'm
pistol
holding-
in your hand.
And I'm holding a handgun.
Yeah.
Very, very creative, very well done by Newman Price. He wins Twitter. And on YouTube, I'm going to give it to Shafe. He says, does Hamas hate climate change? It's a very good question. As we're talking about things that hate. Yeah.
We'll have to further think about that.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk, and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with a premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
All right, that'll do it for us here on a Monday. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6, and as the binder would say,
I'll see you tomorrow. Come talk to me.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate